Quarterback change today. The guy who had Baylor 12-2 last year hit the portal today. Bohannon is out. They've got a new quarterback. They are a dark horse for the playoffs, according to Heather Dinich.
5%.
Baylor.
5% Baylor. I got to see who's there out of conference.
Baylor, again, you're starting a new quarterback. A lot of their wins were tight wins last year.
Yep.
Randa had such a jump from year 1 to year 2. I'm not buying it. I'd go 5% as well.
This year,
well, I was just going to say quickly, their non-conference is at BYU. That's their big non-conference game.
this year's Indiana in my book. Great year, bad year. Michigan State's on her list.
I would say
1%.
1% only because they actually play football.
Yep.
ACC, NC State's on the list.
10%.
I'm going to go higher than that. I'm going to go. I think it is going to be difficult to beat Clemson in back-to-back years, but I'd go 35%. I think NC State is going to be really, really good.
Ooh, 35% feels really, really high.
She's only doing dark horses here.
Right.
Arkansas.
5%.
I'll go less than 5%. I'll go 3%.
It would require them to beat Alabama. They do get that game, obviously, in Fayetteville, and then beat Georgia in the conference championship game potentially.
Yeah, they could go 10-2 and beat Georgia and get in.
Maybe.
And the last one is BYU.
I think BYU is going to be good. I don't know if they're going to be as good as they were a couple of years ago, but I'll give BYU a 2%.
You know, this goes back to a discussion we had when Lance was gone last week, Lance. One of the websites that covers BYU ranked their schedule difficulty. Arkansas was their second most difficult game. And my point was, imagine Alabama or Georgia. And Dunaway pointed out Georgia is kind of in that situation where Arkansas is your second most difficult game.
Yeah, so that works good. Heather's got a reason why all those, or how all those could make the playoffs. Obviously, all of them can. There's only 4 slots. But how each one of them could find their way to the playoffs. It's a really interesting read that you find where, Lunsford?
NextRoundLive.com.
The morning rounds. That's exactly right. We'll take that as a correct answer. That's our show today. We are back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Less than 50% chance Rockstar here, but he's right now telling us he's going to be here. And then maybe back on Friday. Thank you for being with us, though. The replay starts in just a second. You can always get us on our streaming platforms for video. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Opening day Major League Baseball. At least that's the way the Braves fans are playing it today. Ronald Acuna Jr. back from his rehab assignment. Smuff right there. Beats me to the punch. Happy Ronald Acuna Day to everybody. They're 8-11, 5.5 games out of first place. But as we were talking to Ush, who swung by our studio yesterday, one of our longtime viewers and listeners yesterday, sort of feels like the start to last year for the world champs.
Yeah, you don't want to start like this, and I understand this is the way it started last year. The Mets were hot last year to begin, and the Mets faded out. Mets are hot right now, although they lose yesterday. Brawl ensued in that one. I'm sure we'll get into it. But tough loss for the Braves last night in 10 against the Cubs. Your boy Charlie Morton's been all horrible.
He is, but he's not my boy. That's what I think Tampa Bay is really good at. I was surprised that he had the year he had last year. They're really good at dumping pitchers at the right time.
They are.
And so I was surprised last year that he and Snell both had the years they had with the Padres and the Braves after they got rid of them in the offseason after losing in the World Series to the Dodgers. But this is sort of what I expected Charlie Morton to do last year. I mean, he's nearing the end of his career, and he has not been good to start with.
Look, it's early. I'm just a little surprised the Braves have yet to win a series.
Yeah, that is crazy, isn't it?
Especially with the teams they played. The Marlins, Cubs. You know, there's some they haven't played the best of the best yet, right?
They have not.
They did play the Dodgers, but other than that.
Yeah, the schedule has not been overly difficult, and, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's a long season, and that was my point, LT. This does seem like last year. This is the way they started, but here comes Ronald Acuna Jr., and it's amazing they were able to win the World Championship without him.
Yeah, some of the moves they made last year, and again, I brought up the point that I thought that it kind of solidified the team chemistry. And it was kind of the us against the world. And I'm not sure the Braves would have won a world championship with Acuna last year. I know it sounds crazy.
Yeah, the injury led to the moves they made that were a lot of massive contributors down the stretch.
So 6:20 tonight for the Braves, and you get to see Ronald Acuna against the Cubs, who got the win last night 6-3. You talked about the brawl. We talked about they were blaming it on the baseballs for a while. Some of the pitchers saying they can't get the grip on them. Every baseball is different, blah, 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 blah. Well, you had more hit batsmen yesterday, and then one thrown at the head of one of the stars for the Cardinals, and that's when it led to a bench-clearing brawl that really never amounts to a whole lot.
It doesn't. Nolan Arenado is the guy that it was right by the head, and you saw Pete Alonso get dumped by the first base coach, and I don't know if you saw his comments afterwards. He was like, I'm a big dude. Come at me like a man. If I want to put somebody in the hospital, I'll put somebody in the hospital.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, that seems a little bit of an overreaction.
Probably so.
Yeah.
I mean, base coaches are older usually. This guy looked to be like in his late 40s.
I've never heard of him. You know what the name is? First base coach for the Cardinals.
No clue.
I could barely pick their manager out of a police lineup.
Stubby Clapp.
Stubby. Well,
he was up for the manager's job. Now that you say that name, because I remember thinking we could potentially have a Major League Baseball manager named Stubby Clapp?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. If the doctor had walked back into the room one day and said, I'm sorry, Jim, you've got a case of Stubby Clapp, that's more likely than the likely baseball coach.
Oh, this is going to be a long hour.
Doc, the doctor's name was Stubby Clapp. It's like, I'm going to go somewhere else. Sorry.
Doc, how long I got? Am I going to make it?
Oh, no, Stubby Clapp.
No, if Stubby...
That's what I was afraid of, Doc.
I knew it. If Stubby Clapp ever gets a Major League manager's job, I hope he becomes like one of the greatest managers of all time. So we have to reel him off like, you had Joe Torre, Casey Stengel, Stubby Clapp.
Stubby would be an arguer, too, wouldn't he?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yeah. I mean, I Stubby Clapp's the way I thought Babe Ruth's career ended.
I probably did.
But Stubby Clapp went at him like a guy named Stubby you would expect. He went low on him and dumped him.
Yeah.
He went low and dumped him.
Alonso not happy about that. And you start to look at the numbers. I mean, the Mets get plunked more than anybody.
Why do you think that is?
They do
I have
right
no
now.
idea.
Well, again, the Mets pitchers themselves were saying it's the baseballs that they were complaining about. Whoever's making the baseballs this year.
There's Stubby, by the way.
I'm watching Stubby
He's got his
clap tackle
Oakley
Pete
blades
Alonso.
on.
He does. The blades never come off.
And that guy's realizing, hey, Pete Alonso's like, God, this guy's old and short.
Yeah.
But he did take him down.
He did. This is
Leverage.
This is far better base coach versus player than Pedro Martinez versus Don Zimmer.
Yeah, but Stubby one day will be Zimmer's age.
He will be, yes. And if he goes up against a guy that's Major League Baseball age, the same thing will happen to him that happened to Zimmer.
I've told you guys I was in the pisser next to Zimmer. Biggest head I've ever seen.
Oh, you might want to clarify that.
Yeah, probably I'm talking about top of shoulders.
Top of the neck, yeah.
Probably an 8.
Size 8?
Yeah, size 8.
What am I? I think I'm a 7 and...
I'm 7 3/8.
I think that's what I am.
Right?
I think that's what I am. So we've all got the same size
I think
noggin.
that's about a normal head.
Yeah, so you think Zim's an 8?
Oh, yeah. You could fit 121 golf balls in his head.
He's a full...
Or could have.
He's a full 5/8 inches diameter bigger than us.
Yes.
Yeah. Remember the picture? Who was the picture that was on Sports Illustrated? Held, a baseball between every finger.
Ben McDonald.
No, I think that was Sandy Koufax.
No, it was Ben McDonald.
Koufax? You say Koufax? It's Koufax, right?
Did I say Koufax?
I thought you did. I think it's Koufax,
Oh,
right?
it's Sandy
It
Koufax.
is Sandy Koufax. But it was Ben McDonald.
It was Ben McDonald?
The guy that's now the analyst on the SEC Network?
Yeah, he
former
pitched at
LSU pitcher?
LSU, and when he came out and got drafted by Baltimore, I think they did a big article on him. And I think it showed him how big his hands were. They were not Kenny Pickett hands.
They were not. If Kenny Pickett had Ben McDonald's hands.
He might be the number 1 overall pick tonight.
Yeah, I would think so.
Jacksonville would trade back.
I believe that should be the picture they used with Zimmer's hat, is how many baseballs they could fit in the hat. It would be like that iconic picture of them holding a baseball.
Did you guys ever do one of those,
Johnny
lotteries?
Bench. Everybody says Johnny Bench.
Johnny Bench was a catcher.
Do Johnny Bench Sports Illustrated cover.
Whatever. I remember him painting a bench.
Kryline?
Yeah. Do you remember that?
No hits, no runs, no drips, no runs, no errors, right? Wasn't that their thing?
Were you guys ever in one of those competitions where you had to guess how many jelly beans
Oh,
are
yeah.
in a thing?
I did one not long ago. I can't remember what it was, but you had to put a guess in, and I just did it. I was with my kid. I can't even remember where we were now. And I was way off, I think.
Well, Johnny Bench was on the cover of Sports Illustrated a lot
He
back
really
in
Must
the
have
day.
been a pretty good player.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, 4 home run game.
Who's
Wants championships.
Who's the last person you can swear to me 100% was on the cover of a Sports Illustrated?
Shaquille O'Neal.
The most recent.
Yeah, the most
athlete?
recent that you could swear to me was on the cover of a Sports Illustrated.
Do we actually print the magazine anymore?
This is part of my question.
No.
When's the last time you've even looked at one? You remember how big a deal that was? Like, I can remember. We've discussed this before.
Cooper Kupp.
You think he was?
Yeah.
Can you 100%?
I feel really good that catch in the end zone was their SI cover that week.
I'm going to say Simone Biles. Okay, there's Ben McDonald holding 6 baseballs.
Oh,
7
my
baseballs.
gosh.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive. He looks like he's about to tell Apollo 13 how we're going to get back to Earth, too.
Yeah.
You guys know that I'm dumb, but I can remember old things that really don't make any sense.
Yeah. So you think Cooper Kupp, but he's not the most
Interesting
recent
talent.
athlete. I could beat you because that's been a long time. I mean, that
hasn't been a
January.
Long, but I
You
mean,
said you could.
That's pretty recent.
Well, I'm just saying if I went, a basketball player, if I went,
I don't think you feel good about this. I'm almost gun to head. Cooper Kupp was there. It is.
yeah.
Look at that.
Well, he's on the cover, but can I beat it with John Morant?
Okay.
Can you? I don't know.
I don't know.
I was going to go gun to head on that one.
John Morant for the block.
Don't know what your
That's
dad-
this year. This
or-
is 2022.
Or Jay Wright, somebody like that.
You're dead if John Morant's not on the Sports Illustrated cover. We got to take you out back and shoot you.
Well, I probably should have gone Simone Biles.
Well,
then.
that's why I asked. That was my point, because I was going to say we used to play, out in the yard, and the postman would deliver the mail. And I can vividly remember my buddy Jason Wells run into the mailbox, opening it, and the Sports Illustrated was in there, and we tried to guess who was on the cover that week. That was that big of a deal then, right?
It was a huge
And you would
deal.
guess, Michael Jordan. No, it's not Michael Jordan.
I remember our buddy Charlie Vitella at Petricelli's restaurant we used to frequent back in the day. You guys remember right there on Highway 280.
Absolutely, yeah.
The big garlic rolls the size of a catcher's mitt. Great food. But anyway, he had Sports Illustrated covers all throughout the restaurant.
Yeah.
Going back to the bathroom.
Coach K would have been an easy win.
That's right.
Coach
Coach
K
K
was
retiring.
on there. Mm-hmm. Some muscular guy for, it looks like the Pittsburgh Pirates, maybe?
Okay.
and then edge rushers for the draft.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
my boy Aaron Donald.
Lunsford
That's
has
who it is. It's Aaron Donald.
Lunsford has found them. May 2022.
Did you say muscular
Edge
guy from
rushers.
Pittsburgh?
Well, I thought it was an old school Pittsburgh.
Technically, he
Pittsburgh
is.
Pirate.
Played at
he
Pittsburgh.
did. He played at Pitt.
Yeah.
So that could be a Pittsburgh Pirate hat he has on.
Your boy Tom Brady was on there, Dunaway, when
Does
he
that look
decided
like
to
a
come back.
baseball player, though, Dunaway?
If he is, I ain't pitching to him.
Third baseman, DH.
I've never seen one look like that.
I've seen a slow pitch softball guy look like that.
Yeah.
I should have gone Coach K. You knew he'd be on there.
Scroll Shohei. Swimsuit issue.
There's Simone. A little
Simone
further
Biles,
back.
yeah, a little further
I knew
back.
Simone would be on there.
I don't see that Cooper Kupp one. Scroll back up.
No, it's up. It's up.
Oh,
there.
was it up there? Okay.
Yeah. It's near. It is very recent.
Interesting.
I think that was the special edition one.
Yeah,
they did
that
for
was the
Super Bowl.
special
It
edition.
was
So
still the cover.
Lance wins on a technicality. We
Yeah.
don't get to shoot Lance. We have to shoot Dunaway, though, unfortunately. Hate to
Dunaway's
do
getting
that.
popped.
Let Maggie know, please. We're dragging him out back and killing him.
This conversation got all the way off the rails. If you just search Johnny Bench baseball photo, that'll get it up. Not on Sports Illustrated cover. I'm looking at the five-fingered baseball.
Was that the San Diego Chicken on one?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
the
yeah,
death
back
of
in
the
the day.
mascot. I think it
Okay.
was. Yeah, I think that was what the story
Remember, the
was.
Chicken had a couple of lawsuits before lawsuits were a thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That was a June 2020 cover. Lunsford has found.
That is not the Chicken.
Headline was Minor Leagues Major Changes. I don't really care about that story. I don't think that story baited me into buy it, but the mascot, I would have at
Well, I
least
wonder
looked
what
twice.
happened to the San Diego Chicken because it's not around anymore.
No.
It's not. That guy died with the rights.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Oh, wow.
I bet the Padres didn't own the rights, right? This guy owned it. He just lived in San Diego.
Yeah, but I would have left it my estate.
Yeah.
The Padres didn't own it. No,
That's what I'm saying,
He
yeah.
had it and then started touring around the country.
Right. He was just based out of San Diego.
That's
It wasn't
right.
a Padres mascot.
Yeah, and then he started touring around the country as
I
the
knew
San
that,
Diego
but are
Chicken.
you making this up that the rights died with him?
I think it died.
I
with
think
him.
it did. No, I think Lance is, or Jim's right about that.
Yeah, the Philly Fanatic, they had to just renegotiate that in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
It was a big to do.
Yeah.
That's our 11 minutes on things we don't know anything about that we're just guessing on right there.
Can we tell you something I know about Dunaway?
Wayne's, I hope.
They're at my house right now because they're treating my beds, right? My beds, you get those little weeds that pop up.
The outside beds.
Not the inside beds. Inside beds, just fine. They're treating the beds out around my house there, but they also take care of my yard. It's the only one we trust to do that on this show. All of our pest control, our termite control, and our Barefoot Good Summer Lawn is with Wayne's. You can get on the same exact plan we use on this show, and we're going to help you save money doing it. The 1-year EnviroLawn agreement with Wayne's, you get the first month free when you use the code TNR for the next round. It helps us, and it helps you save, most importantly. So let Wayne's create your happy place by calling 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES and the number 1, and use the code TNR for the next round when you call Wayne's and get that Barefoot Good Summer Lawn.
Here is the iconic picture of Johnny Bench holding 7 baseballs his rookie season back in the day. Holding it a little differently than Ben McDonald.
Yeah, Ben
did
McDonald was actually doing it between the fingers.
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
Johnny got a lot of balls in his hand.
Yeah, that could be 8 right here for Johnny Bench. I don't know. So here we go. We're moving away from that conversation. As we jump into to remind you that we got bonus shows today. Tell them where we're going to be today. You go first, Brand. Where are we at first show?
First show, we'll be talking about the Indianapolis racing, the Indy racing coming, Indy Series coming to Barber Motorsports Park for the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by America's First Federal Credit Union. We're going to be at Barber Motorsports Park. We'll tweet it out. You'll get your alerts if you get the alerts from YouTube. We'll hit YouTube probably 2:15ish. We're going to do an Ask Us Anything. You guys enjoy that, so you can go ahead and fire us your questions. In fact, we may go ahead and start a Twitter feed for that so that you can fire us your Ask Us Anything questions. We'll answer those for about an hour and a half, so about 2:15. Be looking for it. If you miss it, of course, it'll be archived just like everything we do.
And we'll tell you everything that's going on this weekend at the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by America's First Federal Credit Union. But that's around 2:15 or 2:30. Then tonight, around 5:30, into the draft. LT, me, maybe Rockstar will be out where?
At Baumhauer's, the Vestavia location. I don't know if you guys realize, our friend Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years. He was the first to bring wings to the state of Alabama, celebrating 40 years. He's got a great new menu. Part of that, inflation sucks. You can get a burger there for $7.99.
Sign me up.
So, yeah, I can't wait to enjoy some of that great food tonight from the Alabama Hot Chicken and more. If you want to come out, the NFL draft starts tonight, and it should be an intriguing first round.
Yeah, we'll talk a lot about the draft throughout the show, so come at either Indy this weekend or hang out with us tonight at Baumhauer's for some specialty shows as we work deep into the night today. But here on the show, phone lines are open throughout. You can jump on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923. That is 734-0923. Couple eliminations last night in the NBA. Milwaukee bounced the Bulls and Golden State bounced the Nuggets. Most intriguing matchup coming up in the NBA playoffs is the Bucks now versus the Celtics. You got a world championship quality team playing the Celtics, who may be the hottest team in the NBA right now. That's a big, major early playoff matchup.
Well, best second half of the season in the Eastern Conference was the Celtics. They're playing tremendous defense. Jason Tatum's playing out of his mind right now, but everybody discounts the Bucks. I've already seen the number on this series. Celtics are a minus 180 favorite in this series.
So that's skinny? Excuse me.
No, it's actually, pretty big considering
you're
you've got your
surprised by
defending
this.
champions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it would be a little closer, maybe Celtics minus 150, the way they're playing right now. Golden State is your favorite right now in Vegas to win another world championship, but this is your defending champion, NBA champion Milwaukee Bucks. Chris Middleton's banged up right now. He hasn't been playing. That's probably part of the reason, but nobody's really, talking about the Bucks.
Yeah, and Steph had 30 last night. Golden State eliminates Denver. A couple of more games tonight, but you talk about the Warriors being the favorite now. Is there as much, not as much, because the whole volume of viewers and buzz about the league has dropped way down, but of the people who are still interested in watching the NBA, are the Warriors still the white hat guys, the popular, everybody likes the Warriors, or did they win enough back then to where now they're the team everyone cheers against? Because you can win too much to where America's not on your side anymore and all the little kids aren't wearing your jerseys anymore. We saw it in 2017 up close and personal when we were in Dallas when the Warriors were coming to town. People were coming from everywhere just to see the Warriors, and the little kids had the Steph Curry shirts on, the Klay Thompson shirts on. Are the Warriors still as popular with NBA fans, with little kids, as they used to be?
I don't think they are. After winning 3 championships and going to 5 consecutive NBA finals, we finally have a little parity in the NBA. It was so top-heavy for a little bit, it was almost predictable. Hey, we're going to book the Cavs in the Eastern Conference, the Warriors in the Western Conference. This is going to be the NBA Finals. I couldn't tell you right now who's going to be in the finals, and we're almost to the second round of the playoffs. I think we have that much parity. I think we've seen 4 consecutive different champions in the NBA. There's a good chance we'll see a 5th different champion this year. But I do think people pull against the Warriors now.
I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a real good feel for who is the villain and who is the white hat in this whole thing. Like, I don't know that there is a villain or a white hat in the entire East. I mean, who? I mean, the Bucks. Nobody hates the Bucks, right?
I think people hate the Lakers, but they're not in the postseason.
But I'm saying in the East now.
Oh.
In the East,
I think there's a lot of people cheering. A lot of people cheering for Ja Morant in Memphis.
Well, small market.
Yeah.
They've never been to an NBA Finals before. He is so electrifying.
I would imagine there's a lot of little kids who are basically Ja Morant's size at 175 pounds who are wearing Ja jerseys right now.
Oh, yeah.
So they could become what Steph and them were back then with the Splash
they've
Brothers.
still got work to do. I mean, they have really struggled with the T-Wolves. They've got kind of a good command now, up 3-2 in that series. But, Phoenix was a story last year, making the run to the NBA Finals. They're a team that can make noise. Obviously, Golden State. It's going to be fun to see how this thing plays out.
3 more NBA games tonight, and the teams on the road all up 3-2 in the series, all game 6. Philadelphia 3-2 at Toronto tonight. Phoenix 3-2 at New Orleans tonight. Dallas 3-2 at Utah tonight. All that coming up, including a doubleheader on TNT with our buddy Charles Barkley, starting at 6:30 and then at 9 o'clock. Big news for UAB basketball yesterday. They get a trio of stars coming back. Trey Jemison, Tavin Lovin, and KJ Buffin all say they're coming back with all the portal people. UAB should be stocked and ready to go for basketball this upcoming season. That's our opening segment with what's going on and what we saw last night on the courts and on the baseball diamond. When we come back, we jump in to a little bit of your college football player transition to professional player in the NFL draft tonight. Our overview on what's happening with the draft, and you'll hear from Jamison Williams coming from Alabama and now heading towards maybe a top 10 pick tonight, or top 15. We'll talk Jamison Williams and more coming up. The show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The biggest lawn party returns to Greystone for the Regions Tradition, May 11th through 15th. Join us for the Wednesday Pro-Am with celebrities like Charles Barkley, Nick Saban, Brian Harsin, Kirby Smart, Riley Green, Dale Murphy, and more. And don't miss the return of the White Claw Watering Hole, featuring the Redmond Vodka Lounge, the White Claw Wave Bar, live music, and much more. Let's celebrate 30 years of tradition and $20 million to charity. Purchase your tickets today at regionstradition.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Jameson Williams, a guy to watch tonight. We'll talk a little NFL draft here. 7 o'clock, the coverage starts on ABC, ESPN, and the NFL Network all over the place tonight. Here is the Alabama wide receiver, one-time Ohio State wide receiver, coming out of the combines. His thoughts on who his favorite wide receiver was or is.
My favorite all time, Randy Moss, Ocho Cinco, and Odell. But I watch a lot of guys. As I grew up, I started watching a lot of guys and trying to add on things that I see a lot from other guys and just add it to my game, really, so I can have a full package.
Jameson was talking yesterday about how Devontae Smith is somebody that he watched a lot of with those tapes that were in Tuscaloosa when he arrived there. And he says one of the teams that has talked to him the most as far as interviews and phone calls after official interviews has been the Philadelphia Eagles. They keep telling him, we'd love to have you opposite of Devontae out there. And you look at the Eagles, man, every time I was writing down the first round, second round, third round picks, I kept seeing Philadelphia. Either they had them or traded picks. It seemed like for about half of the middle of the first round, they either had the pick or at one point had the pick and traded it around.
Yeah, I mean, the Eagles are at 15 and 18 right now. Their biggest needs are cornerback and wide receiver. And most people think they're going to take a wide receiver here.
Yeah.
So, two things. Number one, Jameson likes those diva receivers too, doesn't he?
He does.
Randy Moss, Ocho Cinco,
and Odell.
Number two, I was watching last night. I had it on in the background. ESPN was doing a draft special, and they had their team reporters or, divisional reporters or whatever at the team facility, and they were doing a mock draft, and they had obviously said it in advance. But the Philadelphia guy picked Jameson Williams, and whoever the analysts were, I can't even remember who they had on the set at the time, were talking about how, they're moving forward with Jalen Hurts, and if they're going to do that, they got to get him some weapons. He's not a guy that's going to carry a team, and Jameson Williams will be that weapon for Hurts or any quarterback, really.
Pairing them up, and do you think Jameson's still around by the time they get down to 15?
It's fascinating because Mel Kiper came out and he said the most talented wide receiver is Jameson Williams. I think he's going to have probably the best career of these wide receivers, but a lot of teams might shy away. He might not be the third or fourth receiver off the board because some teams are scared he's not going to be ready until November. I think that's a bad mentality to have for these teams. Right. I mean, if you're going to have a shoe-in Pro Bowl or maybe possibly a Hall of Fame wide receiver, I can give up, 8 games in one season.
Especially in a 17-game season now. If he's back to 100% at the midway point, he's rested, won't hit that rookie wall because it'll just be starting for him, that would be exciting for me, and you get him the rest of his career.
Yeah, and as I talked about this, I remember Mike Tannenbaum was one of the analysts on the set. We talked about him yesterday. He said, and I don't know that when you brought this up, I don't know that he had already said this or if you included in what you said Tannenbaum said about Jameson Williams, but he recounted what you brought up yesterday, that he went to the SEC championship game to see all the Georgia guys, and he got an eye full of Jameson Williams. He said, I left there thinking that was the best guy on the field that day. He was the best guy on the field in the Alabama-Georgia game, and he goes, I now think he's the best guy in the draft.
Yeah, that's Jameson Williams tonight for the NFL draft, and one of the positions that there seems to be a cup overflowing is the wide receiver position.
Yeah, but I haven't heard anybody else call him the best player in the draft. I mean, that's a mouthful.
If I went back, Kiper might have said the same thing.
Yeah,
he might have said he's the most talented, not only wide receiver, but most talented guy in this draft. His draft position right now, if you're looking at Las Vegas, is 11.5.
Yeah.
So Washington selects at 11. They need wide receiver, and then at 12 is Minnesota. But in front of Washington, you've got teams like Atlanta, both the New Yorks, Carolina.
The key is both the New Yorks have multiple picks in the top 10, so they can take one position of need and a wide receiver, or however they see that. Part of our show being brought to you by Dr. B. We'll talk more draft in just a second.
Hey, with age, for most comes a little hair loss. I experienced it this past year. I asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's a cutting edge, and Dr. B is the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had a virtual meeting to go over my options. We chose a non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. I'm excited to see the results in just a few months. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. Tell him the next round sent you. That's 205-319-0316.
So after Tannenbaum said that, though, about Jamison Williams, I started thinking, how good, if you think he's the best player in the draft, a receiver's a pretty important position. And then I started thinking, has a receiver ever gone first? I don't think so, have they? I mean, how good would you have to be?
Keyshawn Johnson did.
Keyshawn Johnson went first overall.
He did.
God, that's been forever ago. What was that?
2000?
No, that was 1996. The 1996.
Yeah, so that's
draft.
the last time you think a receiver's going number one. And that was my point, is if you think he's the best player in the draft, it's a pretty important position. Like if Mike Tannenbaum were the GM of the Jacksonville Jags, I mean, would you consider taking him to pair him up with Trevor Lawrence if you think he's the best player in the draft? But then I started thinking, my gosh, I mean, I can't remember a receiver going number one.
So in the first 10 picks of the draft, you've got the Jets and the Giants each with 2 picks there. If I ask you, I'll read the teams here for you. Which one of the teams picking in the first 10 picks make the playoffs first? You have Jacksonville, Detroit, Houston, Jets, Giants, Carolina, Falcons, Seahawks. So 8 teams in the first 10 picks because of the duplication. I'll give them to you again. Tell me the first one you think makes the playoffs. Jacksonville, Detroit, Houston, Jets, Giants, Carolina, Atlanta, Seattle.
Think I'll go Giants.
Here's the messed up thing. None of them have quarterback right.
No, that's
I'm going to go with Carolina because of the division. Because your man Tom Brady's probably, this has got to be it for him. And if Carolina can get this quarterback thing right, I think they're going to be okay.
I told you pre-show I was going the Giants.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and the Giants are my pick too. Why do you like the Giants so much?
Well, did that division, I mean, it feels like that is generally a bunched division. You sometimes have the one outlier that's really bad and is picking early, but by and large, that feels like a division where you're always fighting to be 10-7, 11-6 back in the day. 10-6, 11-5, and get the division championship and the auto out of that division. So it always feels like just about everybody is in it. My hesitation is what Lance just said. I don't know if I believe in Daniel Jones.
Yeah, and I don't think they do. And I think they're kind of stuck with Daniel Jones for the next couple of years. And the Giants, they've got so many needs right now. And I agree with you. The NFC East, it fluctuates back and forth, but they're the worst of the four right now.
But I was, before the show, I guess when you said this, I also saw you had already asked this question. And another reason I went Giants is they pointed out they've got those 2 picks, right?
5 and 7.
5 and 7. And the analyst on the NFL Network, we were watching before the show, said, if you think Daniel Jones can make it or if you want to see if he can make it, go Evan Neal and one of these receivers.
Yeah, it wasn't Evan Neal. It was the lineman from NC State. I was thinking about if he's still there at 5, if Evan Neal goes first.
Give him a lineman, give him a receiver.
But it was a lineman and receiver, and you go with DJ and see what he can do.
Yeah, the thing that I would say about the Giants is that is a really good organization.
That's another reason I love them.
It seems every 5 or 6 years they pop up and they make a deep run.
Yep. Surprising, not Seattle. Seems to be going the other direction.
It does. I think Geno Smith, there's a good chance he's going to be your starting quarterback this year. Pete Carroll, probably his last year. So they might be restarting.
Carolina seems to be going the wrong direction. Seem to be maybe making a quarterback change. And then you get to the top 3, Jacksonville, Detroit, and Houston. But Jacksonville could send a message if they don't go defense, if they go offensive lineman number 1 overall.
Yeah, I just don't see it. Look, I mean, they need a pass rush opposite of Josh Allen. I think they're in love with Trayvon Walker. You know, I don't know if any of these edge guys are going to work out. I don't know if Walker's going to work out. I don't know if Hutchinson's going to work out. Thibodeau.
Collinsworth loves Trayvon Walker, and several people do. And now he's the betting favorite to go 1 overall. But on any bold prediction you see out there, everyone's predicting Trayvon Walker the biggest bust in the draft.
But, you know, Trayvon Walker, there were so many great players on that defense for Georgia, and he wasn't a guy that really dominated.
That's
last
why
year.
I'm so surprised he has risen to this level, because give me guys that you heard more about on that defense than him. First of all, Jordan Davis, who's going to go later in the draft.
Kobe Dean, even Lewis Sine.
Those are the three I was going to say. Yeah, I heard more about those guys than him. And, I mean, there were people that were trying to shame people into giving Jordan Davis a Heisman vote. A Heisman vote. And he's a phenomenal player, obviously. Now, we're about to get flooded with, well, he wasn't in the SEC championship game. And he wasn't. None of those guys were.
So what did Will Anderson have sack-wise?
16?
I want to say 12 and
Okay,
a half.
because Trayvon is a pure edge rusher. In 3 years of college, do you know how many sacks he had?
Real quick, well, I can tell you what he had this year because I'm pulling it up for the Southeastern Conference to see Will Anderson, who had 17 and a half. I said 16, it was 17 and a half.
Okay, so basically he had twice as many as Trayvon had in 3 years. Trayvon had 9.5 sacks in 3 years.
He had 6 of those this year.
So, you know, that does concern me. I mean, you're going against different tackles in the NFL than you are in college. I mean, I think we all know that. So, you know, I don't know. Maybe Trayvon Walker is going to be a stud. It seems like a reach for me.
He was third on his own team this year. Kobe Dean had more, and Robert Beal had more.
Ivan Mizell writes a great article about this Georgia draft class of defensive stars could be the last of its kind. He talks about how defenses are changing in college athletics, and you may not have a defensive group this iconic and that many defensive players in the first round ever again. We'll see if that happens, because a lot of people love this Alabama defense that's coming up this year. Sometimes we say it's the last, and it ends up being just the first of a couple. And that could be what we're seeing in the 2023 draft. Las Vegas tonight, 7 o'clock. Part of the show being brought to you by the University of Montevallo. Right now, if your son or daughter is looking for a great place to call home for school, Montevallo's that location for you. Check them out if you like small class sizes. That can help your son or daughter excel academically if you know their personality, if that's what they're looking for, like my daughter was. She was looking for a small school. Montevallo was perfect for her. If you're looking for a place that's growing with new buildings going up every year, that's the University of Montevallo, multi-million-dollar business department, theater department, great athletic facilities, 21 Division II scholarship sports, fully funded there. You can check it out online, schedule an in-person tour at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. We were expecting Rockstar today. Turns out he didn't make it. We were right. Forrester on the betting odds that he wouldn't be in here. Sometimes you...
I'm John. Thank you.
What'd I say?
Forrester.
Lunsford.
Well, I was looking past you to Forrester right there in the line side. So, Lunsford, you said yesterday the betting favorite was he would not be here.
Minus 600, heavy, too. And then we got kind of a tease job. I'm going to be there tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah.
He sent us a 4 downs because he does 4 downs on Thursdays.
That's the casino trying to get you to bet on
That's
him.
right. That's right. Bait him in.
Because when he sent the 4 downs last night, I was like, well, I guess this is happening.
Yep.
But a text this morning says, oh, we got to see the pediatrician today.
But we're sticking with those 4 downs, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Lunsford's just got to read them.
Yeah. Hey, and not in a Rockstar voice. You can use your Forrester voice if you'd like. But that'll be coming up later. But no Rockstar today, but everything is fine. He's hoping to swing by for dinner tonight at Baumhauer's on Highway 31 in Vestavia. If not, at least for the lounge tomorrow. He may just pack up a guitar, come in here, sing a song, and go back out to be Daddy Rockstar a little bit later on. Baseball tonight, we mentioned the Braves with Ronald Acuna back. Heading in to a weekend of no softball for Montana Fouts, who joins us every week. But last night on their little Kaylee Tao road trip to Bowling Green, Kentucky, they get beat 3-1. Montana had to come out of the bullpen, shut them down in the final 6 innings, but they couldn't get the bats going. So Western Kentucky, unranked, upset number 5 Alabama 3-1. They're off this weekend, and they wrap up the regular season next week. Auburn with a win last night as they beat Alabama State 8-0. They host number 15 Georgia this weekend. Baseball happening tonight for Alabama baseball. They're on the SEC Network 6 o'clock as they play South Carolina. And we look forward to watching a little college baseball and softball this weekend. One crazy note before we get out of here in this segment. Auburn baseball player Sonny DeShera right now has reached base safely in all 38 games this year. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, pretty strong.
Leads the nation in batting average. He's hitting .448. He leads the nation in on-base percentage at .601. He's high in the slugging percentage as well. 53 career home runs. That puts him in the top 5 of active home runs in college baseball. And he's a Sanford transfer, but he's reached base in all 38 games this year.
That is impressive, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if this was Major League Baseball, we'd have a countdown every time he comes up to bat, right? We'd be interrupting programming, and Sonny's at the plate. Let's see if he can extend this to 39 games.
When I say Robin Ventura, what do you think of?
I think of him getting the crap beat out of him by Nolan Ryan.
And it's sad because do you remember what his hit streak was at Oklahoma State?
Oh, he was one of the best college baseball players of all time.
On base or hit streak?
Hit
streak, which
streak
is more difficult. So what was it? I don't know.
It was 58 straight games.
So he had a hit in 58 straight.
More than DiMaggio, yeah. And you don't remember. And Ventura had a really good career, was a manager for a while.
But I was going to say, he's one of the best college baseball players of all time.
There is no doubt.
Won the Baseball Heisman, the Golden Spikes Award.
Yeah.
He played 16 seasons in the big, had that 58-game hit streak, and the only thing people remember him for is getting dotted up by Nolan Ryan.
I mean, he polished him. Nolan did.
But if you don't think Casey Dunn's now at UAB, but if you don't think Casey can recruit, he had DeShera right there. I think he's a Hoover product. And he's just killing it. Forster is nodding his head behind Lunsford, as I get everybody's names right this time. Forster's nodding his head. He is a Hoover Buccaneer down there for Auburn. So Auburn with baseball happening this weekend against number 1 Tennessee, which will be a great showdown of DeShera against the kid who's throwing 104 miles an hour for the Volunteers every weekend. All right, when we come back, college football news. This involves a little bit of the portal and who's coming back to Auburn, and also a missed opportunity for one Big 12 school.
No.
Yep. They could have had Jim Harbaugh if they wanted him.
Oh.
But they didn't want him. It's a story in The Athletic. They chose somebody else other than Jim Harbaugh.
Okay.
It'll blow your mind next, if you haven't read the story, on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated number 1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, back with you here. Part of the show is being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. Interesting. People are like, was it a missed opportunity on Harbaugh, or was it dodging a bullet? That's what Goose adds in the chat room. More on that. Harbaugh missed opportunity for a Big 12 school before he went to Michigan. Coming up, LT.
Yeah, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Look, it's Mother's Day right around the corner. Stop in, see the Diamond Specialist. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. They've got a variety of gifts Mom will absolutely love this holiday. So make sure you stop in, see the Diamond Specialist. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online today. Go to Brombergs.com.
Chris in the chat room over there disagreeing with us. I went to Game 4 out in Denver on Sunday talking about the NBA, Warriors and Nuggets. And Chris, listening to us out there, said, I saw all the kids still having their Golden State Warrior jerseys on. He says about 15% of the entire crowd in Denver were decked in Golden State uniforms and jerseys and cheering for the Warriors. So still very popular.
I still will never forget. I mean, this is years ago, though. Like 2016, I guess it was, when we were out for out in Dallas for Alabama, Michigan State.
Yep.
And our hotel was almost overrun with kids in Warriors jerseys. They were in town that night, and of course, they sat all their stars.
Okay, remember the kids have been bought the jerseys. Yeah. If you're a parent, you probably don't want to pay for 2 jerseys, so you stick with it. No, look, I think they're a polarizing team. I think there's still a ton of Seth Curry fans, but Steph and Klay Thompson. But there's also a lot of people. It's kind of like growing up with people that pulled for San Francisco or pulled for Green Bay. There were a lot of people that hated those teams, the New England Patriots.
Oh, a lot of people did, except for the people who were Patriots fans.
Yeah, you saw it with Pittsburgh and Dallas.
Yeah, you start off popular and then become hated.
That's right. If you win too much.
That's right.
The story from The Athletic on Jim Harbaugh, it was from earlier this week, written by a couple of folks, Jason Jinks and Rustin Dodd. And I'll leave blank. Blank could have landed Jim Harbaugh in 2009.
Oh.
Instead, it launched the football program's decade of disaster.
09. Okay.
Well, if it's a decade of disaster, it's Kansas.
Well, I mean,
it was the Kansas Jayhawks.
Every decade's a decade of disaster for them.
But they were coming off the big man Geno,
right?
Who had them battling and had a pretty good roster there. And Jim Harbaugh wanted the job. Went into a meeting in a hotel room, as they write, in New York City, and he was in a coat and tie. And he says, if you guys don't mind, I'm not really a coat and tie kind of guy. Can I take this coat off and loosen the tie? He said he sat down, he got a spit cup, he had it doing a dip, and he said, I just want this to be very comfortable. I want you guys to know who I am. But he's Jim Harbaugh, NFL success.
Harbaugh did a lipper?
Or was he at Stanford?
No, this was San
That's
Diego.
the interesting thing. It's 2009. He hadn't even had a really solid season at Stanford yet.
Okay,
he
so
did
this
next year.
This was after San Diego, so he was not at San Diego because I could.
Stanford.
Okay,
So
all right.
he's at Stanford, but you know,
He's coming off an 8-5 season at Stanford, his best so far.
So, and he says, listen, I want this job. I want this job. But if the NFL or Michigan calls, that's my two outs. Those are the two that, but I will leave Stanford and take the Kansas job right now.
If you're Kansas, how do you say no to that? Not because of Jim Harbaugh. I'm not even saying Jim Harbaugh. Maybe you didn't like him. Maybe you didn't like a loose tie lipper guy. But if I'm a Kansas person and somebody tells me the only way I'll leave this job is the NFL or Michigan, you know what I think?
You've done really well.
My Lord, if I've got to coach the NFL or Michigan wants, where do I sign?
Yep.
So I would sign that in a heartbeat.
I guess Kansas just thought they were better than they were because Mangino had gotten them to, number 2 in the nation or number 1 in the nation in an Orange Bowl.
That's right. So, and then Mangino was starting to lose it, so they're making a coaching change. Do you guys remember who they chose over Jim Harbaugh?
Oh, God, this is Kansas.
It was Turner Gill.
It was Turner Gill.
He was at Buffalo at the time.
Yeah.
They
and
went,
then was in the Auburn hunt with Chiswick, right? Because Barkley was he was back in Turner Gill.
They chose Turner Gill at Kansas over Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, I was all about Turner Gill too. I mean, if you just looked at the resumes, Gene Chiswick what was the record at Iowa State?
Oh, it's not good. It was really bad.
It was awful. And Turner Gill had done a really good job at Buffalo.
And he is where now, Turner Gill? Can anybody identify? I heard his name not long ago.
Oh.
Because I know where Jim Harbaugh is.
Yeah, Turner Gill was at Liberty.
Yeah.
He was.
And I don't know where Turner Gill is now.
I'm gonna guess that he is on the Buffalo Bills coaching staff.
I think he's a wide receivers coach at Southern Miss.
I can't find that he's anywhere.
He is currently the executive director of student athlete and staff development at Arkansas.
Oh,
so he's got an office job now.
How about that Arkansas staff, though? He's doing some work there,
breaking down some film. But I mean, Harbaugh better thank his lucky stars. They said no to him.
But he could have. Mangino had built a big roster. If he was good, he win 2 or 3 years, goes somewhere else. But does he end up being a 49er head coach? Does he go to a Super Bowl?
I don't know how good Mangino's roster was. What was their record?
Yeah, I don't know. And
I think they were 2 or 3 years removed from the Orange Bowl.
Yeah, we forget Les Miles coached there, don't we?
Les Miles, Charlie Weiss coached there.
They've had some decent coaches, really.
Glenn Mason.
Yeah.
No, Glenn Mason had a couple of good years.
Turner Gill. And but not Jim Harbaugh.
Well, they fired. Listen, so Mangino had gone 12-1-7. Then in 2008 he was 8-5, and in 2009 he was 5-7. And you would look at that and say, why did they fire him? I actually, believe this or not, I know a guy that played for Mark Mangino at Kansas and said it was awful.
Torture.
Yeah,
and that's why he got fired.
Yeah, that's why he got fired.
Players having to crawl on the hot surface, and it was Mike Leach. The Mike Leach shed situation times 10.
Yeah, it was like the old joke that they used to tell about Ray Perkins. They would say the same of Mangino. When he was fired from Kansas, he found out there was one guy there he hadn't pissed off, so he called him and cussed him out.
Yeah.
Right? That's what they used to say about Perkins when he got fired or left Alabama. Mangino was the same way in Kansas because as you look back at that, you're like, why are they firing a guy that was 12-1, 8-5, 5-7? They would kill for that record right now. Well, they hated Mangino. So maybe you're right. Maybe that roster is a little better than I remember, and maybe Harbaugh thought because Mangino had been 7-5, 6-6, 12-1, 8-5, 5-7.
That is incredible for
Kansas. It is, yeah. So that's why Harbaugh was looking there.
JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. You can jump on in the next hour. Bobby Carpenter joining us as well. Tell us about Johnson RV. 2 locations just up I-65.
Yeah, exit 304 in Coleman and 334 in Decatur, where you'll find Cherokee America's #1 selling camper brand, an exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under 2 years old. And you'll always find them online. JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Interesting thing, and Lunsford, you can tell us what the value of an NFT is. Laramie Tunsil is going to sell 1 NFT of the gas mask bong video from draft night a few years ago.
That was the one I would say. I was going to jokingly say it needs to be the gas mask.
It made him a Miami Dolphin.
And that's what he's going to sell. He says, I want to put this behind him. but it's going to go to benefit people who've been incarcerated for marijuana arrests. But he is selling one NFT of that. What's the value of one NFT?
One NFT can be worth a penny. One NFT can be worth $50 million.
It's worth whatever somebody pays for.
Yeah, it's like a piece of art. I mean, I may paint a painting, you think it's brilliant, and you pay me $1 million for it, or it's trash and you throw it out. He doesn't say how much he's going to sell it for, at least not that I've seen, but an NFT can literally be anything. I love how he says, I want to put this behind me, so I'm going to mint this where it's permanently out there forever.
But I would ask you this. So if it's at the eye of the beholder, so to speak, most people that make these NFTs are probably struggling artists, right? So why would you not offer somebody $10,000 or something?
Some people are struggling artists. Now most NFTs are basically hype projects. So like, remember when Oregon had one a while back that they were selling like basically pictures of ducks, and you got like a free pair of shoes with it. We talked about because Bo Nix was like promoting it. That basically sold for it started at like $40,000 and started working its way down like a reverse auction kind of. And I think they sold probably 7 or 8 at like $40,000, and you got a free pair of shoes, like a 1-out-of-1 pair of shoes with it or something like that. You're doing that because you want to basically pay Oregon, and then by doing that, pay Oregon players.
Yeah, I remember.
So it has nothing to do with the art itself. It's more about the hype and how much hype is behind
Georgia
it.
had the collective with Aaron Murray and some other Georgia players, current guys.
Right. Same thing.
And they were doing the same thing. I don't know what they got for it.
You saw the picture there for us pulled up of the gas mask bong from back at draft night. We'll see how that NFT sells for Laramie Tunsil. We're at the top of the hour here, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. We got poll questions coming out, much more on the college football front coming up, including Brandon Marcello's overrated teams coming out of spring camp. Our friends at Cowan Equipment with some poll questions for you today.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, go to cowan.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club. Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom-fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, Trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
USFL football fans, Saturday is college night. Let's go! Wear your school colors to Protective Stadium and get a free USFL koozie while supplies last. Let's go, Stars! Tickets are just $10 and kids are always free. It's an action-packed football doubleheader with Tampa Bay versus Houston at 3. Then New Orleans takes on Birmingham's own Stallions at 7. Let's go! Buy the hottest ticket in town today at theusfl.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Excited about another weekend of the USFL here in town, as you heard during the commercial break if you're on the audio stream there. College Day, team colors, while they last, get you USFL koozies this weekend. One-of-a-kind USFL koozies out at Protective Stadium. I noticed last night watching the Legion win down at Protective Stadium that they had stripped all the football stripes off the field, and it was only soccer stripes on the field. So
I didn't know we had that ease of change at the new stadium.
Somebody's working hard down there, man. They got to lay those stripes back down today.
Yeah. I mean, was it like, so you couldn't see where the stripes even were? I mean, it was clean?
Yeah, the video I saw it was a clean look.
I hate that when you got an NFL game at a college stadium or vice versa, and they've just painted green over the white, and it
works high school because you know they're not going to get out there and change anything for high school games.
Not at all, no.
And you can't do it in real grass, so I appreciate the commitment to changing it over for the Legion and back for the USFL.
And man, I remember when the Rams were sharing the Coliseum with USC, and you would see the logo over the USC
such
logo.
A bad look, yeah.
And you're just thinking, USC is, first of all, a program that's got a lot of money, and then we're talking about the NFL.
Yep.
It made no sense.
And then you got different hash marks. So you had 60 hash marks out there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Always good. But a good look last night at Protective Stadium. The Legion get the win 2-1. They've won 2 in a row now. They're back in action next Wednesday. BHMLegion.com for tickets. BHMLegion.com for tickets. Next Wednesday, May 4th, 7 o'clock, Miami comes up. Miami FC in town. Prosper Chasm last night with a couple of goals for the home team, the Three Sparks last night, so a good win for them. BHMLegion.com for tickets. All right, we're going to talk Brandon Marcello here, in not to him, but about his story recently about underrated and overrated teams coming out of spring practice, getting ready for college football 121 days from now. I don't know where you guys will put Ole Miss. Like, if I look at the FPI, I've got Ole Miss at 15 on what the FPI tells me at ESPN.com. Here is Lane Kiffin coming out of spring drills in Oxford saying one of the challenges when you have the first 10-win regular season in program history is putting that 10-win regular season, the first one in program history, behind you.
I mean, I can't control the fan base, every season's new. Last season has nothing to do with this season, just like the previous one didn't have to do with that. So we always have to start over, and, you know, that's why preseason rankings and that stuff don't mean anything. Everything's brand new. So we got a lot of work to do with so many new people.
And we've had Neil McCready on this week talking about what Ole Miss got accomplished and didn't get accomplished this spring. You can get that podcasted at nextroundlive.com. But there is potential for Ole Miss to be one of those overrated teams this year because of the success they had and just how flamboyant and popular their coach is.
All right, so try to do this for me. Try to reset your mind back to February with Ole Miss, okay? Ignore everything you've heard about spring. And if I had just told you Jackson Dart comes in and wins the job at Ole Miss, what are your expectations for that team?
They're battling with Texas A&M to be the second best team in the West.
I don't know if I'm buying that.
Back in February, you would not have. If I said Jackson Dart comes in from USC and he wins the starting job, you don't think they could battle for second in the West?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess they could.
Okay, but
I think I find it hard to believe, though, with what all they lost.
Yeah.
I mean, they lost more than half their starters, that they're going to match 10 wins from last year. Matt Corral was a really good quarterback.
He really was. About to be drafted.
As good as Jackson Dart could possibly be this year, his first year as a full-time starting quarterback, he's not going to be what Matt Corral was.
Same mindset. In February, I said Jackson Dart comes in, doesn't win the job. It's going to be Luke Altmaier. Dunaway, what would you have said?
Well, from what I saw with Luke Altmaier, I would have said, whew, they're battling Mississippi State and Auburn to stay out of the basement of the West.
My gosh.
Yeah.
That's a big difference. Yeah. But, I mean, I think a lot of people are like you.
And I've kind of got the feeling, I think there were some nice portal pickups, especially at the running back position, but I've kind of got a feeling that Ole Miss is going to be in that mix for the bottom, more so than that second position in the SEC West.
Our friend Brandon Marcella gives us overrated, underrated teams coming out of spring practice with pretty much everybody in the books with spring. This is from 24/7 Sports. Most overrated team coming out of spring football is Texas A&M. That from Brandon Marcella. And he says it has nothing to do with talent, but it has to do with Jimbo Fisher's offensive philosophy and his inability or desire or want to stretch the field and give a little tempo on offense, but more specifically, how he likes, even when he's got some superior wide receivers at times, not to throw the ball downfield, to design plays that are short passing plays. He doesn't like to stretch the field, and Brandon thinks until he gets out of that mindset, basically his core of offensive philosophy, till he gets out of that mindset, he doesn't think Texas A&M can meet expectations.
Well, I mean, I have a feeling he's right about Texas A&M at least being rated high enough to be overrated. I think everybody's going to fall in love with A&M as what you just said, battling for the number 2 spot in the West behind Alabama. And there are probably some that will say they could beat Alabama. I kind of agree with what Brandon said about this, though.
I think, again, it could be 4 losses for A&M. I mean, you look at a couple of things. Kenyon Green, your best offensive tackle, is going to go in the first round tonight in the NFL draft. You lose your best defensive tackle. You lose Isaiah Spiller, who will be drafted in the next couple of days. You lose Weidermeyer, who was one of the better tight ends in college football, and you still don't have quarterbacks solidified. And by the way, you've got a really difficult schedule.
Yeah.
A challenging schedule, to say the least. Another underrated team he has here, overrated team he has here is Clemson. The second most overrated team. He goes, they may run away with the ACC, but it doesn't make them a national contender. And he points directly to, you can't lose Brent Venables and Tony Elliott and be a top 5 program.
Well,
I disagree with that because we've seen it in Tuscaloosa.
I was about to say, we've seen Alabama. I'm trying to remember if we've seen them lose both coordinators in the same year and do it, but it's safe to say we've seen them have to change coordinators pretty regularly, and they've never dropped off.
5 starters on that Brent Venables defense gone as well.
Well, I mean, that hurts. That hurts. And Dabo has not recruited to the level of Nick Saban or Kirby Smart. So you can't just say, well, you lose 5 guys, but you plug them in with 5 stars. That's not the way Clemson is really recruited. That said, that allows you to do what Brandon just said, run through the ACC, but not measure up to the top teams in the country.
Well, this could be bad or good based on what we saw last year, but all 11 starters return on offense. And it's got to get better. It can't get any worse. I mean, when I look at that Clemson team and they went 10-3, they won 10 games. I think it's an indictment of the ACC, but I think it also shows you even in the down year, they've got a lot of talent. So I think that they're going to bounce back. What bounce back means, I don't know. I just think they're going to be better. It might be 10 wins again. Might be 11 or 12 wins.
Notre Dame, Michigan, and Oklahoma all on his overrated list. Any of those resonate with you?
Well, we'll start with Notre Dame. Marcus Freeman, how he looked the part in the bowl game.
He did.
You know, I mean,
he looked like a head coach, whatever that's worth.
I'm not sure, how good Notre Dame's going to be, though. I mean, again, they always have a difficult schedule. You got to replace quarterback.
Yeah. For Oklahoma, with me, I just cannot figure out. I don't know where I am, and I don't know that anybody knows really, but I don't know where I am on Brent Venables.
Yeah. Well, obviously he hasn't coached the game yet. But,
I know.
But I have bought in that Oklahoma with Dylan Gabriel and Jeff Lebby are going to be the team to beat in the Big 12, no matter what you hear about Oklahoma State, who I would put on my overrated list, no matter what you hear about TCU or Baylor. I mean, again, yesterday Baylor dumped their 12-2 quarterback, naming a different guy as starter, and Dave Aranda being a great guy, lets Gary Bohannon walk out the door so he can find a new home, but he's going with Blake Shapen, and that's an unknown when you change quarter. I believe in Oklahoma.
Well,
I don't think they're overrated.
Again, I tried to find this. You said it was out. Who's going to win the Big 12? Odds to win the Big 12. I think Oklahoma will be favored, but I would definitely take the field.
Yeah. So you don't think Oklahoma's the favorite?
Oh, I think they'll be favored,
but
but
you
I'm
would
saying
take the field.
I would take the field.
No, I'm saying you don't think Oklahoma State is the favorite? I meant to say Oklahoma State.
No, I think it's Oklahoma.
Oklahoma will be the favorite in Vegas. I think the Riders, it'll be really close, and Baylor will be right there. It'll be three teams, and then Texas will be that fourth team. But I believe another team outside of Oklahoma will win the Big 12 this year.
Lunsford, you've got friends who have access to offshore websites.
Friends in the desert.
I can do it right now.
Can you check? Well, you continue the conversation on the show.
But I'm
Let
saying,
him look for this.
I don't think they've got it up yet.
Yeah.
So
just see if you can find any future odds on the Big 12 championship.
Some of these teams could be a team that needs a guy like Jerry Bohannon. With him on that market now, I mean, that's a fascinating spring portal guy. I mean,
I saw Dave Aranda was really applauded for that yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Dunaway just said he was a nice guy and let him go.
So it's back to Jerry? I thought yesterday I said Jerry and you said Gary.
It's been Jerry.
The exact opposite.
Okay, so I said Gary yesterday. You said Jerry. This time I said Gary again.
Just imagine a J. Just imagine a J.
Thought I went Jerry yesterday, so I did the opposite today.
You were incorrect.
I thought you were playing a joke on me.
No, Jerry. That would have been a good one.
Yeah.
Jerry Bohannon, though, seems like a guy that could help a lot of teams. I mean, I don't think he's a great quarterback, but I thought he was a solid quarterback.
So where's he going to land?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Give me a ballpark of style of program he could be the quarterback of this year.
I'm trying to think of somebody that just absolutely needs quarterback. Like, I'm not so certain, Lance. He's not.
He's Will Levis for me.
Okay, so he couldn't go in and win the job at Ole Miss, you think?
No.
You don't think he could beat out Luke Altmaier?
Or Jackson Dart.
Well, Luke Altmaier looks like the guy that's in the lead right now. Jackson Dart may not even beat out Luke Altmaier. Is he better than any of the options at LSU?
No.
Who's better?
I think Jaden Daniels.
You think last year's Jaden Daniels is better than last year's Jerry Bohannon?
Well, probably not. But I'm looking at the best I've seen of Jackson Dart, the best I've seen of Jaden Daniels,
Miles Brennan, the best you've seen of Miles Brennan if he can stay healthy. Walker Howard's a 5-star guy. I wouldn't say LSU either. I wouldn't say Texas A&M.
But man,
I thought at Ole Miss though you had a fighting chance.
I know it was a transitional year with Lincoln Riley, and he went to a college football playoff from Bob Stoops. But Oklahoma lost a lot last year. I love Dylan Gabriel. I think he's a great quarterback. I just don't think they're going to be a 10 or 11 win team.
If you take the field in the Big 12, who are you really pulling? Anybody, obviously, but who do you think's got the best shot if you take the field? Oak State?
Oak State.
Yeah.
So I would take the field against you.
Yeah. Well, of course you would. Yeah. We're not going to do that stake bet. I'm having a conversation. I don't want to do a stake bet on it. Underrated here. We got 3 teams underrated from Brandon Marcello. We'll get to those after Brownie tells us about the great folks at Nichols Outfitters.
Jim, if you have got a gun that you are no longer using, maybe it's a honey gun and you got a new one, don't let it just sit around and collect dust, fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay you for your old firearm. Drop by and talk to the team at Nichols Outfitters about what you can get for your old firearm. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham.
On here, Miami, of course, he thinks is way underrated. Some people don't even have them ranked coming into the upcoming season. They'll be ranked in the meaningful polls for sure. But he throws out two others, and I think you obviously like USC. You're sort of a fan of USC and the talent they brought in. But the other one is Wake Forest. And the job that has been done there by Dave Clawson is pretty amazing. Can he back it up and be a contender again in the ACC this year?
They won 11 games. They were 7-1 in the ACC. They played in the ACC championship game, and they've got arguably the best quarterback coming back.
I was about to say, could Sam Hartman be the best quarterback in the ACC this year?
Yeah, I mean, Devin Leary will be right there with him, but I think Sam Hartman's better. And so you've got 15 returning starters for the Demon Deacons. I think they're going to be really good. And
wasn't Hartman beat up and didn't play in one game that they lost last year? Did I misremember that?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
But, Dave Clawson's a guy I'm shocked has not gotten an opportunity at a bigger job.
It does seem like when you have that success at Wake Forest that you would have moved on, but he has stayed there and is about to string together a few good years.
Yeah, he might have been beaten up, but he did not miss a start last year. He played in all the games, and you don't like that style of offense. That's your hold up on him.
The extended mesh.
Yeah, you don't like that.
Where they do.
Right, the way as read, pull. Yeah.
Action Network, Lunsford has them for us over there. This is 2012. I find that hard. I find that hard. This is more 2012. This is not 2022. They don't have Oklahoma, Texas 1-2.
Yes, they do.
This 2022 college football conference title odds from Action Network.
This is where somebody
2 days ago.
This is where Bill Curry tries to explain to me in the 80s. Now betting odds is just them trying to get even money on both sides. Remember when Bill Curry would try to teach us about betting odds at news conferences?
Well, you don't want to expose yourself, and Texas is a big brand.
Yeah.
Oklahoma, Texas, Oklahoma State, West Virginia, Baylor, Iowa State. Your best play for the money is Baylor. Right?
Yep.
Probably so. I mean, I can only assume Dave Aranda, if you pick this guy and let your guy Jerry Bohannon walk, he's significantly better, right? He's not just marginally better. He's significantly better.
Got to be.
He didn't even play the game. We haven't named a starter yet. We're going to decide this in camp. He let him go. He let him walk.
I mean, so you like your other options significantly more than that guy, or you never let him walk. So they feel like they're going to be better at quarterback than a team that won the Big 12 last year. I mean, so I'm with you. I think Baylor's your play right there.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Fascinating read from Brandon there, 24/7. It's at the top of our top reads list at nextroundlive.com. In the morning rounds, you can go and check that out there. Looking forward to a big weekend ahead. If you're out doing things like the USFL in town or heading out to Barber, we'll be at Barber Motorsports Park a little bit later on today, getting ready for the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama. When we get out there, we'll be answering your questions. Brandon, we sent out the tweet yet? We're going to send out a tweet a little bit later on. It'll be an Ask Us Anything. We'll set the stage, what you can enjoy out at Barber's this weekend, how you can get tickets for some of the events there this weekend, and we'll be answering just anything and everything when it comes to your questions for about an hour and a half this afternoon, starting around 2:15, 2:30 on all of our video platforms. So make plans to join us for a little bit this afternoon as we get ready for an exciting racing weekend out there. And Tim Tebow's rolling to town. Anybody want to? I mean, I have no clue. But what do you make if you're the grand marshal of an Indy race?
I've heard what Tebow makes for a speaking engagement.
I would think that a speaking engagement is probably close to $100,000.
I don't know that it's that much, but it's enough that I would be doing all of them I could if I were Tebow, and that's all I would.
I bet this is six figures.
You think it's a six figure for me to fly in?
Yeah.
I mean, what all do I have to do? Do I just ride around in a convertible and wave for his grand marshal? Do I have to do this?
Come up to some Swedes, shake some hands.
Do you have what time the green flag is in your copy there? Let's say 1 o'clock. If the green flag's 1 o'clock, I imagine Tebow's private jet lands in Birmingham at about 10. He's at the track by 10:30. He glad hands, does all the photos he's agreed to. He does the ride around. He waves the green flag. He's back in that jet by 2.
I bet it's totally different that he comes in. He has some events. I bet he has events Friday night, Saturday night, and then he drops the green flag on Sunday.
Oh, that's a hefty.
I think it's a whole weekend.
That's a hefty price.
Well, if it is a whole weekend, then we're going up to $200,000.
Yeah. I mean, what would you imagine they had to pay Channing Tatum? He did this once, right?
He did.
When you think he's more than Tim Tebow.
Okay, so
right?
Let's put this in perspective. Guys like Charles Barkley, big name, but he's making $1 million for a 2-day commercial shoot.
That is correct.
Yeah, so for Tim Tebow to come in on something like this, I mean, it would have to be a tenth of that.
I mean, I'm just saying they paid Channing Tatum to do it, and he's getting more than Tebow. Channing Tatum, what's he get a movie right now?
Yeah, but he's also coming home too.
That's right.
Oh,
They may tie that to him heading to Coleman.
Yeah, I bet he hadn't been to Coleman.
You think he could find Coleman on a map? Come on.
Yes.
How long did he live there?
Coleman and Jasper. He lived there most of his
probably
life.
till he was 17.
Oh, I don't think that's true.
And didn't he end up?
Channing Tatum's probably making, I would say, $5 million a film right now, maybe a little bit more.
Now, I do get him and the guy from Little Big Town confused.
He moved to Pascagoula, Mississippi when he was 6.
Yeah, this is the way Dunaway plays that. Oh, 17. Coleman and Jasper. Did he even live in Jasper?
Spent most of his teenage years in Dunaway's town of Tampa.
Yeah.
That's Little Big Town. I get that guy confused. Do they look anything alike? Little Big
Channing
Town and
Tatum?
Tatum?
I really don't know.
Yeah.
But again, my point is Channing Tatum's getting $5 million in a movie, and they had him do this.
See, Ashley knows Channing is less fee than Tebow because Channing's usually, when he does things like that, is promoting a movie.
That's a good point.
See, that's the thing. If Tebow's here trying to promote one of his charity somethings, then he probably would do it for a lot less than he would just, hey, come do this. But I don't know that he's doing that necessarily, but that's why Channing Tatum's less.
Yeah. We'll try to get the itinerary for Tim Tebow when he's in town because a lot of people love to go see Tim Tebow if he's speaking or just a chance to get a photo or an autograph out at Indy this weekend. He is the Grand Marshal. We'll be out there later today around 2:15, 2:30 on the air on our video platforms. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Our man Greg from Pell City. He won't be out there with us this afternoon. There's a good chance he'll be on your roof or one of your neighbor's roof, checking it out, making sure it's ready for the rainy season coming up. Greg from Pell City has been locally owned now for over 20 years. Think about this. He and his wife own this company, so it's not one of those companies where we have a storm and they come driving in from Mississippi or Georgia in a neighborhood that's been hit by wind and they try to take advantage of you. They do sort of a half you-know-what job and they leave town. You never hear from them again. Greg lives here. 10 kids live here. And he and his wife are going to live here forever, and they want to take care of you like you're their neighbors because you are their neighbors. Here's Greg's cell number to call him up to have a trusted roof guy. Means the world. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. He'll give you a free, no-cost inspection, no obligation. You can also look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Storm Restoration Roofing, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love him, and when storms blow through, have that number on standby and call him up. He'll put together a portfolio for you to help you with your insurance company. 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The biggest lawn party returns to Greystone for the Regions Tradition, May 11th through 15th. Join us for the Wednesday Pro-Am with celebrities like Charles Barkley, Nick Saban, Brian Harsin, Kirby Smart, Riley Green, Dale Murphy, and more. And don't miss the return of the White Claw Watering Hole, featuring the Redmond Vodka Lounge, the White Claw Wave Bar, live music, and much more. Let's celebrate 30 years of tradition and $20 million to charity. Purchase your tickets today at regionstradition.com.
The beautiful days of spring and summer are here. No better time to send flowers just because with our friends at Blakely's. I like Blakely's bouquets because of their unique and custom designs. And you can call them up, 205-579-4900, or get an easy link at blakeleysbouquets.com. And it's not just flowers. They've got custom-made gifts in the store right there on Oxmoor Road. It's your full-service flower shop, blakeleysbouquets.com. 205-579-4900 for Blakely's Bouquets.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
JD on our Twitter feed at Next Round Live. Lincoln Riley overrated. Forget just put a USC in there. Throw Lincoln Riley in the overrated list. I don't think he gets it done at USC. No conference titles, no college football playoff appearances. He'll be there likely through a playoff expansion at some point, so it'll be hard to imagine USC missing an expanded playoff. Mortgage Right wants to expand your portfolio, your bank account, with a refinance right now.
Yeah, hey, Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage, priority number one when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today.
Bobby Carpenter is with us, played at Ohio State and also with the Dallas Cowboys, initially in the NFL. You see him now on Outkick and also Morning Juice on the Fan up there in Columbus. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Bobby? How are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. I want to take you back to April of 2016 when around the 18th pick, your name was about to come up with the Dallas Cowboys. Can you take us back to that moment? Like, did you know, okay, it's getting close for me? You know, were you starting to look at the team saying, I'd like to play there, wouldn't want to play there, whatever? How does that feel as a guy that is drafted number 18?
I felt obviously great to get your name called, to have that all happen. It was a tremendous experience. Very fortunate to be a part of it and get drafted by a great organization like the Dallas Cowboys and play for a great coach like Bill Parcells. It's really a dream come true. But the way the kind of draft shook out for me is sitting there looking at it, trying to see where I could go. And, that was back, they did the draft on Saturday and Sunday affair. And so I knew I was going to go on Saturday at some point, whether it was in the first round, second, somewhere in there, most likely. And my agent kind of set up, I was with Jimmy Sexton, kind of set out, really, a couple of places that I could go. I visited the Browns, I visited the Dolphins, the Cowboys, the Patriots, and the Jets. And they were all kind of sitting there. The Browns were the highest at 13. And then after that, Dolphins at 16, Cowboys at 18, and the Patriots and Jets with their second first-round pick were sitting and hovering somewhere around the end of the first round. So we had a bunch of folks over at my house. Back in the day, I didn't get invited to the draft. I really wouldn't have had any desire to go. I wanted to be there with my family and friends. So I was back at my parents' house, high school coaches, high school friends, college buddies, guys who are still playing, there. And, as you sit there, it starts at noon, and we wanted to try to make a big party out of it. So I had a bunch of friends, showing up, and some drinks, some food, a whole spread laying out there. They show up at about 11:30, ready to party and have a good time. So my mom's still setting stuff up, and we sit there and you start watching, and it's pretty awesome. When you play at a place at Ohio State, we had 5 guys drafted in the first round my year. And so as you're sitting there watching this stuff come in, I got to watch a bunch of my teammates go. And AJ Hawk goes 5 overall. Dante Whitner, I think, goes like 7 or 8. And also I'm kind of monitoring, like, hey, when are the linebackers coming off the board? So I had kind of, an idea of where it might go. But the draft can be crazy. And you saw Aaron Rodgers the year before, as a cautionary tale. People were talking about him getting drafted, number 1 overall. And next thing you know, he's going in the mid-20s, still out there. So you're sitting at that poor green room at the table eating, pretzels and drinking water, and that thing looks terrible. So you're sitting there, and at first it was all good, but then all of a sudden you start hitting your window. In Cleveland, I was not really nervous. I didn't think I was going to go there. It's pretty high. But then all of a sudden, 14, 15, Miami gets on the clock, and it's a little bit like, you say you want to go everywhere, but once it starts, sinking in, this could really be a spot that you're going to land. Okay, things start getting real, and it was kind of a unique situation, but Miami comes and goes. They take Jason Allen. Cleveland taking Cameron Wembley before that. Great pick for them. And then Dallas gets on the clock right after Minnesota takes Greenway 17. Thinking, okay, like there's not a bunch of linebackers have come off already. Ernie Sims is already gone. And so I look at that and it's like, okay, well, now you're really nervous because I went deep down into it. I think I really wanted to play for either Bill Belichick or Bill Parcells. And I get a chance to go to Dallas. My phone buzzes, walk out the back deck, and I've got 100 sets of eyes staring out there as I'm talking to them. And people don't know. You get phone calls all the time, and maybe it was a team calling just to say, "Hey, are you ready?" This or that. But as fate would have it, it was Jerry Jones on the other end of that line, and hey Jerry, it's Bobby. We're going to take you here in a couple minutes. Just wanted to let you know. Talk a little bit of this and that, and hands it off to Coach Parcells, guy you might know, and talk with Bill a few minutes. And I don't even really truly remember if I saw my name picked. I think I was still outside talking to Bill when all that happened. But walking back in, everybody getting a chance to see it and kind of erupting was a pretty great experience, life-changing experience, and something with the way that it went, I wouldn't change it for the world.
Well, it seems like number 1 is going to be Trayvon Walker, the defensive end from Georgia, Jacksonville. At least that's what Vegas is saying right now. Most of the experts are saying that. What do you like about Trayvon's game?
He has all the measurables. We constantly hear this. He has great length. He can bend. He's fast. He has long levers. And, he played at a really good school in Georgia, coached by a really good coach in Kirby Smart. They know what they're doing over there. They know football. The question always is when you see a guy that's that gifted and you look at his production, it's like, okay, he had 5 sacks this year. Is that due to the fact he takes plays off? Was he injured some this year? There is sometimes a disconnect where a guy can be a pretty great athlete and just an average football player. And so you're trying to figure all that stuff out. And I think he obviously has the highest upside of anyone, probably a better upside, obviously than Aiden Hutchinson. So I think he goes number 1 overall, but I don't know if there's truly there is one. I just don't know who it's going to be. And I don't know if it'll be even someone that's taken in the first round or top 10, but that generational talent that you kind of find here. But, he's a really talented player. You just hope that, at the next level, you can find a way to make him more productive than he was at Georgia.
10 years from now, who will be the best receiver to come out of this draft, in your opinion?
Ooh, that's going to be tough. I mean, there's a lot of good ones. Assuming Jameson Williams comes back healthy, he's the most physically gifted guy you're going to find there. I mean, he's one of the best athletes I've ever seen, but, he has propensity to have some drops. That did improve during his time in Alabama and did get better. I would either have to say him or Garrett Wilson. I think those will be probably the first 2 guys to go. I watched Drake London a little bit, not quite as much. But Garrett Wilson is an unbelievable athlete as well. I didn't know how fast he was, and then he ran a 4.3, at the combine, so that answered that question. But he does a great job going up and high pointing, contesting the ball, and kept making contested catches better than any other receiver I've seen in this draft. And he's not the biggest guy in the world, but he does an unbelievable job when coverage is tight of being able to go up and get it. And that's the reality in the NFL is a lot of times there's going to be tight coverage. As good as these defensive backs are in the NFL, you're not going to be able to get 2 yards of separation and just beat guys in a ridiculous manner down the field. So that's something that he's good at already. And I would lean on either him or Jameson Williams. I'd probably give the nod to JMO, but it would be ever so slight.
All right, he is Bobby Carpenter. Go follow him, BCarp3. Watch him on Outkick and also there at the Fan in Columbus, Sirius XM. He's everywhere. Bobby, thank you for the time, man. Enjoy the draft.
Hey, my pleasure, guys. You guys have a great one.
All right, man. You take care, Bobby, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Part of our show today being brought to you by New Life Art, as New Life takes us to our viewing menu other than the draft at 7 o'clock tonight on ABC, ESPN, and the NFL Network. Lunsford's about to tell us what else he's watching, thanks to New Life.
Yeah, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Make the call today, 800-735-2787, or online, danielmooreart.com.
All right, coming up on Paramount Plus, coming out today. May watch this tonight, may wait for the weekend, but The Offer about the making of The Godfather finally comes out today. The first 3 episodes came out today.
I'm disappointing. I was so excited about this, and the reviews are awful.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, completely awful.
I mean, I don't like The Godfather, so I don't know if I like this or not, but I like some of the people in it. I just don't know. I don't know if it'll be my thing or not.
Is Tom Hanks in this?
No.
That's the one thing he's not in.
Yeah.
He seems like he's starting to take some questionable roles.
I mean, I was
the old fat suit Elvis looks a little rough.
Oh, it looks terrible. The accent's terrible. I was so excited about The Offer, though.
We'll see. I don't know.
I'll probably
watch
still watch it,
episodes.
but there's so many good things coming out right now that it's going to be kind of in the back of the order.
Yeah, especially with Ozark coming out tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's a problem. It'll get beat by that. But anyway, first 3 episodes released today of 10. Paramount does it all different when it comes to binging. They did 1 episode with Halo. They did 2 episodes of 1883. They're doing 3 of The Offer, 10 episodes total. Also, if you don't want to watch the draft, you can keep yourself entertained the entire night. The entire Oceans trilogy on AMC tonight, starting at 4:15. Love Oceans 11 and 13. Hate 12. Don't know where y'all stand on that trilogy overall. And then, of course, NHL wrapping up tonight and tomorrow. Jimmy Lightning over there can lock up a divisional spot if they win tonight. They're still not out of it. They still could potentially get a wild card spot and have to face the Hurricanes.
It doesn't matter. We're not good enough that we've won 2 in a row. We can't get past Florida, the Hurricanes in Carolina, and I don't think the Maple Leafs either. I don't think we match up well with any of those teams.
Rangers playing pretty well in the East, too. And then in the West, Nashville plays Colorado tonight. I think that'll probably be their first-round matchup, so it could be a preview there. But the Preds could keep Colorado from winning the President's Trophy if they win in Vegas last night. Dropped out of the playoffs for the first time in franchise history.
Saw that. That's crazy.
I know it's only 5-6 years or whatever it's been, but
half the league makes the playoffs.
Yeah, first time they didn't make the playoffs, but the Stars are the ones that made it in over them. Them and the Preds are fighting tonight and tomorrow for the final 2 spots, so pretty good chase there.
So Las Vegas, who changed the way expansions were done, they gave them too good of a team, finally misses the playoffs for the first time. Wow.
Meanwhile, the Kraken this year were awful in their first year.
Because
they fixed it.
Yeah. They didn't want to put a playoff in give them a playoff team right off the bat, and now
not just playoff, but playing for the Stanley Cup in their first year with Vegas,
and now they suck in Seattle. All right, that's what he's watching tonight, and again, Rockstar, everything's great, just not back with us today. Maybe tomorrow. If not, we'll catch him next week. But Baby Boy Cord is doing great. That was brought to you by our friends at New new life. Well, one other thing here, we've been talking about viewing and the changing scope of NFL coverage in this upcoming football season, not with the draft, but the actual games. Sean Payton's studio show, not Amazon. It looks like he's going to be on Fox, that morning show that they do before the main Fox show with Bradshaw and them. I think Carissa Thompson hosted. I never see
did.
it. She did. I don't know if she still is.
Is it on main Fox or FS1?
It's on FS1, I believe. I don't know. I've never seen it. We may cover it up with church here. Dawson Baptist. I don't know.
Could be on main Fox.
It could be on main Fox. We just cover it up
gotcha.
here. I don't know where it is. I never see it. I just know they do it. He'll be on that and then have a role, they say, on the main Fox studio show.
Interesting.
So he that sounds to me like he won't be on the main desk with Howie and Terry and Jimmy.
Well,
and Kurt.
Those guys are getting older. Sooner or later, there's going to be a spot. This is probably more like a tryout, but they're paying him major money to be in the smaller spot. Like that.
We'll give you big desk money, but start you out on the little desk so you can get your feet under you. Because that's a competitive. That whole CBS Fox thing, people argue which one's better. I think Fox is better.
Always have.
But I almost never watch those shows.
The sidelines for Amazon hasn't been announced yet. Believed to be a familiar face with SEC fans.
So it's Al Michaels and Herb Street in the booth
for
the Amazon games, and the sidelines a familiar face to SEC fans.
Bonnie Bernstein.
She left and went and did news. Kaylee Hartung could be coming back. She seems to be the leader for the Thursday night Amazon sidelines. Kaylee Hartung.
Is she CNN now?
She ABC, I believe.
Oh,
ABC
I thought she was
News.
CNN. Okay,
I thought it's ABC News.
Because I'm about to say, if I'm CNN, the failure of CNN Plus is probably going to have me looking elsewhere.
Pretty sure she's ABC News. She does a lot of Good Morning
you're
America.
Right. ABC News, huh?
Yeah. So
I thought of her in forever.
Yeah, Amazon sidelines could be Kaylee Hartung.
Met her one time in New Orleans. I think you were with me. I don't think Lance was, but
Atlanta, if it was the time you and I were together.
Okay.
It was her and Marty Smith?
Yeah, her and Marty. That was down in New Orleans for me. He introduced me to a very sweet girl. And I guess she was good doing football, yeah.
Yeah, SEC championship. I thought it was me and you and Marty and Kaylee right outside waiting on an Uber. They were coming in, we were going out, and really nice. And I still, to this day, believe she was at the end of the table in Vegas when I rolled the dice for 40 minutes, and she kept yelling, "Stay hot, shooter, stay hot."
I almost guarantee that was
I was drunk off my ass, but I kept telling my buddies, I was like, that's freaking Kaylee Hartung yelling.
A lot
at
of
me.
girls that look like Kaylee out in Vegas.
That's Kaylee Hartung yelling, "Stay hot, shooter, stay hot." And I did for about 40 minutes.
Shooter.
Yeah. I mean, no control over rolling dice, right? I mean, there's no skill to that. Right?
There can't be, right?
There's not, but there's good luck and bad luck, and you've got what we call bad luck.
Usually, that night was my only good luck night. But the rolling of the dice, especially when you, like, some people can roll, like if you're rolling in a game like Monopoly, you can get the dice exactly right and roll it the same way every time and maybe manipulate the numbers.
Maybe.
But when you're slinging it the length of,
it's bouncing off walls.
A craps table is about as long from here to the wall, right?
Yeah.
Is that about right?
And you're bouncing it off the sides.
Yeah, and it's got to hit the side.
Hit the back wall. Yeah,
it's got to hit the back wall.
Okay,
yeah,
from whichever side you're on, it's got to hit the back wall.
No, there's no
hit
way
the
you
back
can control
wall,
it.
or it's embarrassing.
Yeah, if you don't hit,
come on.
Yeah. Kaylee Hartung would have been like, "Oh, shooter, he hit the back wall."
Shooter came up short again.
A little short again, shooter.
Yeah, there's no way you could control that. No way.
Part of our show being brought to you by Rockstar's Guy today. Tell us about him, Lunsford.
It's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam's a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you, so why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit MDRealtyLLC.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Matt Mosley at the top of the hour. He'll talk some Dallas Cowboys and more NFL draft with us. And if you want to read more of what's going on today in the sports world, you can do that at nextroundlive.com, the morning rounds. That includes a big pickup today for Clemson. 4-star edge rusher David Ojigbe picks Clemson over a number of other schools as Dabo gets an edge defender to pick the Tigers for 2023. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143, or mydrytech.com.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143, or mydrytech.com. Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
As expected, no one's interested in being the president of the NCAA.
Why would you want the job?
Greg Sankey got asked about it yesterday with the commissioners meeting. Says he's busy running the SEC, too busy to do it.
I got a better job, is what he said, right? I
he's
hope.
contracted with the SEC through 2026. But one of the people that was the leaders, considered to be one of the favorites, was Washington State's president, Kirk Schulz, who sent out a graphic and a post yesterday that basically said he's not interested. He wishes Mark Emmert all the best as he finishes his run, and whoever takes over, he'll work with. But I'm going to take Washington State and stay there. If you don't want to leave Pullman, Washington, to be the president of the NCAA, I don't know who they're going to get.
Yeah, really. I mean, what is this going to take? I mean, look, some jobs are going up, like Sankey's job as commissioner of the SEC, and some jobs are going the wrong way, and that's obviously the NCAA president.
One of the candidates mentioned, Dennis Dodd, writes about her today. Condoleezza Rice.
I saw that. She's been on the selection committee for the college football playoff. It's like every college job that comes open, they mention her. I got to think Condi's got a pretty good life right now.
Yeah, I would think so.
She's a member at Augusta National.
Yeah, why do you want this headache with this transition?
Member at Shoal Creek. She play all the golf she wants. Why would you do this?
And I'm horrible at guessing age. But is she not in her
61?
High 60s?
This is going to be 60? A tough one on Lance.
Tough. I would say 61.
Let's see, I'd have gone 65.
67.
Yeah, see,
why would you want that job at her age?
Yeah, me too. Maybe she's just bored. Can only play so many rounds of golf, I guess. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends right there at Creekside Barbecue off I-65 Oak Mountain Amphitheater exit.
Hey, look, we're coming up on the lunch hour, 11 minutes away from most people going out and grabbing a lunch. How about Creekside Barbecue today at Oak Mountain? It is centered around great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, the North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. I was talking about the potato salad I got with the feta, also the corn casserole. Here's what I would do. I would get a couple of the smash burgers, some of that chicken, a few of the different sides, including the mac and cheese, and just split it up and share. You can do it. The sides are that big. They've got that huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek, several TVs to enjoy the NBA playoffs, incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. For more information, stop by. Tell them the next round sent you, or go online, check out the menu today, creekside/bbq.com.
Barring a trade, Lance and I are in the same boat, and I don't know how this affects your excitement for the draft tonight, Lance. You've been in this boat for a little while, but the Rams and the Dolphins don't pick to round 3. I don't think you guys have a pick to round 3,
we
right?
Don't.
Yeah.
I've got the Dolphins. Let me see what I have written down here. I got you picking 102nd, and the Rams at 104.
Those are our first picks.
Better make them good.
We don't draft until late Friday.
But I never remember this happening. If I've got this right, the Bears, Colts, Browns, Rams, 49ers, Raiders, and Dolphins all don't have first-round picks. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
And that's why you've got so many double up.
Yeah. So 7 teams that don't have a first-round pick tonight?
I mean, I know on the fly,
high.
The Jets, Giants, Packers, Chiefs all have multiple picks.
Yeah, the Chiefs get back-to-backs, which you don't see an awful lot of. One of those is the Dolphins pick, which I'm cool with this, by the way, because you guys understand why we don't have a pick in the first 2 rounds is because we now have Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
Kansas City got our picks for that, and I am 100% okay with that.
And I'm cool with this because we've got a Super Bowl championship, Matt Stafford and Jalen Ramsey.
That's right. That's why you don't have any
And the
picks.
best thing about the draft this year for the Rams is the hype draft video that they put out. And
you're fired up about that.
Well, yeah, I talked to you guys about it. We haven't talked about it on the air, but if you haven't seen it, check it out. It's great. Dennis Quaid's in it. Josh Holloway from Lost fame is in it. Scott Eastwood, Clint Eastwood's kid, is in it.
Lunsford. It was one of the most Lance moments ever. I don't even know what video Dunaway's talking about.
Dunaway was talking about that sad dog song.
There's a sad dog song. What is it? A country artist that did it, or what?
I listen to Spotify every night, and his roommate loves dogs.
Yeah, so
all dogs.
Lance and the roommate.
It's a beautiful song, so I sent it to her.
Lance and the roommate love dogs, and
as
Dunaway,
I think most people do.
And we sat down in the office in there, and Dunaway said, "Lance, have you heard this dog song yet?" And he's like, "No, why?" He goes, I sent it to the roommate. It's this video of this dog song, and it is just heartbreaking, man. It just is so well done, this video of this hard song. Just tear your heart out. Such a good video. And mid-sentence, Lance goes, "Have you seen the Rams draft video?" I started laughing.
Here. I mean, come on.
I was like, it is
watch
the
it
most
when you
lit
can.
thing ever.
I told him the budget's probably $2 to $3 million on a 3-minute video.
That's what you can do when you win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's right.
But I was just trying to switch it back to a happy vibe, and she called me after watching it. I swear to God on my kids that she was sobbing, and she said, "Do not watch that." And I was like, "Why in the hell would you do that?"
Dogs. You want to watch a sad dog
What's
video.
the Dear Zachary of dog videos?
Yeah, she didn't. She had no idea what was
It's just
coming.
like Marley and Me in a music video form.
Yeah.
I mean,
For the record, it's not a video. It's just a song, but it's a good song.
So is it a?
If you don't know, God spelled backwards is dog.
Yeah. What does that mean?
That's just one of the lyrics in the song.
So it's like a stupid lyric.
You're kind of we know where Brown is on dogs. You're kind of middle of the road
Where
now.
is Brown on dogs? We do this all the time.
Oh, I love dogs, and that's why the song. I mean, "Touch Me" was a good song. I didn't know it was about a dog until about halfway through it. When she started saying, "I used to complain about your hair being on all my clothes. Now I wish I could put it together and bring you back."
please stop. You're going to start getting super depressing here. This is like every dog movie out there.
So does the dog die?
Dog's in heaven.
I had
Brown.
no doubt the dog died the minute you started mentioning this.
That's the only way you make a song about it, right?
Dunaway's laughing about it.
I'm not laughing about it.
You
How
just
am I?
did.
You know what we should do? We should do like a Pets at the Next Round.
How did I
calendar.
laugh about it?
It's a fictional
You just
dog.
laughed.
It's a fictional dog.
I
Is it even a real
laughed
dog?
about these guys carrying on a conversation. Brown bringing it up. There's no video with it. It was a Spotify link that I sent to your roommate who loves dogs. I wasn't laughing about it. I thought it was a moving song. I liked the song. I sent it to her. I'll never listen to the song again. It was on some playlist.
Do you even know the name of the song?
No, but I bet I can find it in my text chain.
Have you seen My Dog Skip?
I didn't watch it. I won't watch that or Me and Marley.
Oh no, My Dog Skip is a good flick.
There's no way that
Marley
it's
Me is really good. It's one of those you watch it once and I never want to watch it again, but it is very good.
Well, I mean,
despite knowing what happens at
you
the end.
say it's a sad ending. The dog dies. Spoiler alert.
I figured.
But, I mean, the dog's lived a good life. The kid goes off to college. The dog's lived a good life. We're all going to die. Death comes for all of us. All you can hope is that...
No, it just looked like Kevin Bacon was really mean in the thing, and it seemed like when the kid would go off or something that Kevin Bacon was going to do something like drop the dog at a dump.
I don't remember that part of it.
No,
Maybe
I mean, I didn't see
enough
it. That's
attention,
just, he seemed like the mean character.
Yeah.
Alexandria Korn sings "Back Together Again."
There you go. So she gets to heaven and the dog's in heaven, or she's going to be there one day.
Oh God, they both died. What is the song?
Is that her one-hit wonder?
I'm not even sure it's a hit, LT. It just popped up on a playlist. Part of our show today, we'll move on and bring in Matt Mosley next, brought to you by our friends at Regions Tradition.
Hey, they're coming around, Dunaway. The lawn party is back at the Regions Tradition. We're going to be out there as well, May 11th through 15th. The Wednesday Pro-Am, that's where we'll be. Charles Barkley, Nick Saban, Brian Harsin, Kirby Smart, Riley Green, Dale Murphy, and more. The return of the White Claw Watering Hole featuring Redmont Vodka Lounge, the White Claw Wave Bar, live music, much more. Celebrate 30 years of tradition, $20 million to charity at the Regions Tradition. We talk NFL and NFL Draft with our one of our favorites, Matt Mosley from Dallas, next.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
7 o'clock tonight, the NFL Draft. We'll be out at Baumhauer's Highway 31 in Vestavia watching the draft. You come join us and have a cocktail leading into that. Starting at around 5:30, we'll be there getting hydrated, getting ready for that first overall pick from Jacksonville unless they trade that thing away. 7 o'clock tonight. Georgia trying to tie 2021 Alabama and 2004 Miami by getting 6 first-round picks. We'll talk to Matt Mosley about that in just a second. Remember, part of our show this hour always brought to you by Champy's world-famous fried chicken. It is open for lunch right now on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew, party of one or a whole bus of travel team, softball, baseball, lacrosse, soccer, doesn't matter. You come by there and enjoy great Southern fried chicken. All the sides that come with that, great desserts. Your home for Blues, Brews, and Bird is champyschicken.com. And don't forget those Mississippi Delta tamales. They're the best I've ever had.
All right, let's talk some NFL and NFL Draft out in the Big D with our guy Matt Mosley. Doomsday Podcast, ESPN Radio, Dallas News. I mean, he's done it all. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Mosley? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing fine. Happy draft day to you guys. And I was actually thinking about you guys yesterday. I've got some buddies coaching in the USFL, hanging out in Birmingham, and so I kind of thought of man, my guys would would love visiting with some. I'm sure y'all been doing all sorts of USFL talk, but that's kind of fun to have all those coaches and players right there in your midst. And I mean, all those old USFL teams, we're all about the same age. I think Rockstar's probably younger, but those were fun days. So I've been kind of reliving some old USFL memories.
Who was your team back in the day?
I think I had to be. No, I mean we were only like 10 years old.
Yeah.
So I mean, but I probably
not me. I was
of course,
54. I'm kidding.
I would have to say I was fascinated with the New Jersey Generals back then, just because Herschel was there.
Yeah.
And so I think I was drawn to the star power in the league, like where Jim Kelly was. But wherever, was it the Gunslingers or the Gamblers or whatever, either the Houston or San Antonio team was running like that, the early spread offense.
Yeah.
I think they had Mouse Davis or somebody
Mouse
like
Davis
that
and
running
the Houston Gamblers. Mouse Davis was the run and shoot. Absolutely.
Yeah, the run and shoot. And that sort of morphed into what Pardee and then John Jenkins were doing at the University of Houston. So I was really, as a youngster, so into innovation, such an X's and O's kid that I was. And I just loved something that looked different. And those teams looked different. And then that Breakers team, and there was some team I was into because there's some team in Mississippi maybe. But I think one of the teams took Marcus Dupree.
Yep.
So that was fascinating to me.
That was the New Orleans Breakers. They took him as a teenager. They stole him from college.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Marcus could have had a better run there. Probably wasn't getting a lot of great encouragement, advice. But anyway, he's okay. I think Marcus is okay now. I think he's still with us.
Yeah, took a pay cut to leave Oklahoma to go to the USFL.
He had it pretty well there, but I did see a little bit of that 30 for 30 the other night. I just happened to be on, and it was crazy how they would just run him into the ground. Those coaches back then just didn't care. It's like, let's give it to Marcus about 40 times, and he's just out there limping around. I mean, they just ran people into the ground. It was pretty weird. And plus, Barry beat up on him. Barry was not kind to him. And they lost one of those bowl games. I think Barry put it on him. So anyway, sorry to go off on all that, but this USFL got me kind of reminiscing. And I had the O-line coach of the Philadelphia Stars on yesterday. Big ratings day, but that was fun. Jeff Jagosinski, former Boston College head coach, who was told if he interviewed with the New York Jets for their head coaching job, they would fire him. And he went on and did it, and they did fire him.
Yep.
And he was like the best coach at Boston College in years and years.
Boy, I hate to get away from this USFL talk, Mosley. But to Team Jerry and the Dallas Cowboys, I mean, the last couple of drafts, they've killed it. Micah Parsons last year was completely dominant. CeeDee Lamb the year before. Trevon Diggs has been incredible. This year for the Cowboys, with Amari Cooper leaving, is there a possibility with this deep receiver draft they go wide receiver in round one?
Always the possibility. I spent a little time with Jerry and Steven and Mike. I don't know why they even bring McCarthy to these pre-draft news conferences. He just kind of sits up there like a cigar, you know what, and just kind of there's just not much that comes out of him. And they're kind of playing it all. They could trade down, they could trade up. I could see them getting very intrigued sitting at 24 if somebody starts to slip in their direction. Now, who would that be? Well, I would say that, with their history with Arkansas, that, I think that guy, if he starts coming to them. So I think there are a few wide receivers that would grab their attention. Now, there's going to be a run on them. I think, fairly early. And so I think probably I think they'll try to trade down. All right. Now, here's where I think it gets fascinating. You got to look behind them, and this is the rare draft where quarterbacks may not go as early as we're thinking. And so if somebody's desperate for a quarterback and wants to come moving up, I think the Cowboys would certainly listen and trade back. If they sit where they are, they're going to try to take like the Zion Johnson, one of those offensive linemen. There's a name that comes to mind. I think he'll be out there, but there's some comfort level with Steven, especially in sitting right there, having taken Zach Martin, Frederick, Tyron Smith years ago, having connected on a lot of these offensive linemen. There's a real comfort level in taking one of those guys. So I think that's probably what they end up doing, is taking an offensive lineman.
The Cowboys, the fan base, is there an excitement level going into this year after what happened in the regular season last year? Do you feel like the optimism is there that maybe Jerry can get one more Super Bowl run before he goes to the great beyond?
I feel like I don't know why we have to try to kill off Jerry. He's fine. He's 80. He's going to live 20 more years.
Death comes for us all.
Death comes for everybody, Mosley. You know this.
You know, if you're a big fan of South Park, they kill Kenny in every episode. Right. We got to ask about Jerry's longevity here.
Yeah, Jerry's got a new daughter, man. He's got to live a little longer.
Oh my gosh, Lance.
Jerry does. It doesn't seem like he spent a lot of time with that daughter, sadly. And but we, it's been a weird off season for sure. And then losing Randy Gregory, I would say the fan base is. I'm not saying, because this is a fan base that can kind of get fired up quickly if something happens. And I think by the time the season starts, they'll convince themselves that this team, has a chance to be really good. But I think it's just a strange thing they've built, because they didn't expect to get both coordinators back. They did. And you've got your interim coach already in place in Dan Quinn. And I would say that if you truly put Jerry under a lie detector, which we really ought to do on a daily basis, I think he has Quinn ranked ahead of McCarthy. McCarthy's just literally kind of like a lump. He just kind of sits there, and it's a little embarrassing, but it's fine. He seems to be okay with it. And Quinn has become kind of he's got his swagger back, loves to turn the cap around backwards. He's one of the rare 50-year-olds that seems very comfortable, 50-something, whatever he is, late 50s, with the cap turned around backwards. And he kind of runs the show. So I think for the fans that sort of believe that Quinn can run this defense back again, I think you can kind of squint and see, like an exciting season coming. I would just say the naysayers, and I may be one of them, would just be like, they're not going to be as good at wide receiver. They're not really good at running back. Their offensive line is so. This thought, last year it was kind of before the season. It was like they just need to score a ton of points. Well, then out of nowhere, the defense looked really good, and now we're sort of back to it's just flipped. It's like the defense has to carry the team. That rarely seems to work. Rams have great defensive players, but I don't think it was like we can say, it was all about their defense. So I would say right now they're a playoff team simply because their division is so bad.
Matt Mosley is with us, Doomsday Podcast at Matt Mosley on Twitter. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You and Ward are doing that Doomsday Podcast. You talk all the NFL, obviously, and you guys know the whole NFL. It used to be Ozzie Newsome and the Ravens that were the most respected team on draft day. Who is that team now? Who in the league does everybody look at and say, you know what, they do it right on draft day more often than not?
Well, interestingly, I happen to know some of the brain trust with the Bills, and I think they've gained some credibility. I mean, a lot of that is, of course, if you got a great quarterback. I mean, the Rams trade everything away, and they win, so it's like, well, the Rams do it right. And that's one of the things Stephen Jones has been asked about a lot lately. But I would say, and I still tend to, and part of this is I really, really have a long-standing friendship with Eric DaCosta, who took over for the guy you mentioned, Ozzie. Ozzie seems like he still kind of hangs around, so I don't think like that particular organization has lost its mystique in terms of its ability to make really good picks and year after year put themselves in good position. So. I think Bills, Ravens, and then of course you have to love what the Commanders have done. No, I'm just kidding. Is that what they are? I don't know. I mean, I think it'd be fascinating that the rest of the NFC East. I mean, Giants have a new GM. Washington's always kind of a mess. They've got a bunch going on, and then the Eagles. Everybody has a lot of. I was thinking Werder tweeted something earlier today about like how many picks the NFC East rivals of the Cowboys are going to have before the Cowboys pick at 24, and it's like 5 or 6 picks that between the other 3 teams, like 5 picks maybe. So I find that fascinating. We'll just kind of see, what they come up with. But, I mean, I just have to laugh because it's like whatever team gets Carson Wentz, every year it's kind of like, okay, man, they're ready to roll. It's like we forget who Carson Wentz is, and we just kind of go back down the same path every year. Okay, Carson Wentz, well, the team, now Washington's going to be good. It's like, why do we keep doing this? And it's just the nature of that position. We are trained, no matter how poorly somebody plays or does, to, in the back of our minds, we think this guy was a top 2, top 5 draft pick. So this team has to be good. No matter how many times they try to prove us wrong. We did that with Bradford for years. It's like, okay, they're going to be good. Vikings are going to be good because they have Bradford. It's just the way we are wired. I think this is the first draft that, for whatever reason, teams have not tried to convince themselves that these quarterbacks are better than they are and taking a guy too high. I think this is a draft where you could, for the first time since 1987, have go 19 picks without a quarterback. Wouldn't that be something?
It would be something.
And do you guys know who the quarterback was in 1987, who was taken like number 27 in the draft?
Oh boy,
Jeff Hostetler. No.
Oh
no, I thought you were going to get it though because I think you had the first. No, you
Jeff
almost had the
George?
first name right. No, sorry. I'm leading you down the wrong path. Jim. I'll give you the name. Jim.
Yeah,
Jim Harbaugh.
Drunken Miller.
Drunken Miller out of Virginia
Boy,
Tech.
Had some moments with the 49ers. Hey, so Mosley, when it's all said and done, what will you watch more of this weekend, the NFL Draft or Ozark?
I'm not. It's funny because he's like one of my favorite actors. I love his comedic work. I do watch Ozark, but I'm not as into it as other people. Like I'm way more into Better Call Saul, and then I've been watching something called that one with John Turturro and Adam Scott, kind of a freaky, weird,
Severance.
suspenseful deal.
Severance.
Yeah,
very good.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Those are just that. I can only take so much of that country bumpkin blonde, cussing at people. We have such
Ruth.
Marty. Hey, listen, no joke. After watching
drives me nuts.
watching 3 episodes of Severance, I woke up the other day with a nosebleed and was scared to death. I wanted to go to the emergency room. I thought, I was like, get me out of here.
Yeah, I liked it. Yeah. I like that stuff. But no, I tell you what, tonight's a weird one because I normally would kind of go out and eat some of the free food the Cowboys serve, and be a part of that whole scene. And yet the Mavericks have a chance to close out the Jazz tonight, and I kind of need to have a split screen type option so I can focus on that. By the way, guys, you didn't mention one of my other stops recently. I've been writing for Fox Sports, and I don't even know if y'all knew that. I went back to them.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah, I knew it
last season.
You know how I knew it, Mosley?
It's okay.
I knew it because of the big USFL push right off the bat. I felt like they put a little change in your pocket.
I know. But I may stop because literally the Cowboys pick a 24th. So I realize they usually anything about the Cowboys is the lead story, but they're not. And so I did make contact with them, though, the other day. I'm like, hey, what do you guys want me to do on the Cowboys? And the guy, the head of FoxSports.com, just texted me back and he said, hey, I think we're good. I thought, oh, no, this is not a great situation for me.
You still work for us?
I get these things occasionally, emails, and they're like, our brainstorming session has been canceled. Well, I was never invited to the original brainstorming deal. It's like, what are y'all talking about? Oh, man.
Yeah. Your outie was, but your innie wasn't.
Yeah.
Every time they say the outie, I think of the belly button. On the show. Like, it's so weird.
Oh, go help Mosley out. Follow him on Twitter at Matt Mosley and download and listen to he and Ed Werder on the Doomsday Podcast. Mosley, it's always fun, man. We appreciate the time.
Okay, guys, I'll be back next week talking USFL if you need me. All right?
Big Breakers Gamblers this weekend. We'll do it. See ya.
That's right. Go Stallions. Good night.
Bye. Matt Mosley on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Hey, by the way, with the USFL, proud sponsor of the show, coming up this weekend, not only is Birmingham playing Saturday night, 7 o'clock, good crowd always for Protective Stadium. You can get your tickets at theusfl.com, but also the 3 o'clock game on Saturday. I think the best uniform combination possible in the XFL.
Houston
in a home uniform, so black with the dark charcoal pants.
Playing who?
The Stars? The white jersey Tampa Bay Bandits.
I'd have to look at the Bandits. I like Houston's get up. Though.
I think you mix and match. I think that's the best uniform combination you can have in USFL.
Interesting.
Tampa Bay's whites and Houston's darks, and they go this Saturday before the Stallions game. So you can go in there at 3 o'clock. I think if you go in at 3, you can stay and watch the 7 o'clock game too. I think we need to find out the details.
I just saw the Bandits roadie. That is a good-looking uniform.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. So part of our show today being brought to you by a couple of sponsors, including our friends at Precision Sports. I had a chance to spend some time with the folks from Precision yesterday.
Yeah, always fun hanging out with those guys. And from pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make the appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Cubs win last night 6-3 against the Braves. They play again tonight in Atlanta, 6:20 on Bally's. Afternoon baseball on the MLB Network. If you'd like to catch the Mariners and the Rays, they go at 1:10 this afternoon. Excitement last night. The Angels are right now living up to expectations. They've won 4 in a row, 11 of 15. Taylor Ward last night was one hit away from the cycle, and it was the easiest one. He didn't get
the single?
He didn't get the single. He had doubled, tripled and homered and came up with his last at bat and hit a fly ball and didn't get the cycle.
So it's a very LA-centric tweet, but I saw this tweet. This is the first time since 2018 that on a given day the Angels have been in first place and the Dodgers haven't.
Wow.
2018. That's
but how about Shohei last night? Got the win and 3 hits.
The win and 3 hits. And what I hate about DraftKings is I start him as a pitcher. I didn't get credit for any of his hits.
Yeah. I think everybody would be starting him if you got both. You got to start him as a fielder or what to get credit for the hits?
He wasn't an option for me as a fielder. He's only a pitcher.
I don't think you can do that if he's pitching.
Oh, okay.
So you play him as a pitcher when he's a starting pitcher, and I got all those points. But I was going to say, hey, this is interesting. What if he has a big night hitting?
He did.
Yeah, he did. I didn't get those points. When we come back, we got Trash, the show being brought to you by our friends at the Regions Tradition. We're heading back out there for a little golf at Greystone soon.
The big lawn party, legendary champions, golf greats there at the Regions Tradition. Greystone, May 11 through 15. Retief Goosen, Ernie Els, Jim Furyk, and more fighting for another chance to make history. It is the Regions Tradition, celebrating 30 years of tradition, $20 million to charity. Purchase your tickets today, regionstradition.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The biggest lawn party returns to Greystone for the Regions Tradition, May 11 through 15. Join us for the Wednesday Pro-Am with celebrities like Charles Barkley, Nick Saban, Brian Harsin, Kirby Smart, Riley Green, Dale Murphy, and more. And don't miss the return of the White Claw Watering Hole, featuring the Redmont Vodka Lounge, the White Claw Wave Bar, live music, and much more. Let's celebrate 30 years of tradition and $20 million to charity. Purchase your tickets today at regionstradition.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
College Day for the USFL coming up on Saturday at Protective Stadium. For instance, if you're a UAB fan and you wear your green and gold, you get to get in at a nice ticket price and enjoy a USFL koozie that they've got for you. I bet those look pretty good. See if they have a picture.
I've seen one, yeah. It's got the logo on it. If I saw the right one, it looks good.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was a light blue, dark blue, if it was red.
I don't remember it red as I remember it, Jim, but I could be remembering it incorrectly.
All right. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale on Highway 31 in Pelham.
Hey, look, if you're in the car buying or selling market, there is one place you've got to check out. That's our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale, they've got the technology that will give you an instant cash offer for your car, whether you buy something from EAW or not. Drew and his team want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, uploading a few pics, and then bam, from their website, they give you an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide with repeat business in almost every single state. For more information, check out that website today at eawcars.net. Anything you want, Drew Shields and his team can find. Go see that incredible showroom as well, located 2630 Pelham Parkway.
Listen, I did not know, or I knew it, but I didn't pay attention to it. It always seemed like they had a guy named Fuller back in their defensive backfield, Virginia Tech. But yesterday, Vincent, Corey, Kyle, and Kendall Fuller, who all played at Virginia Tech, were part of a ribbon-cutting ceremony with the Hokies there in Blacksburg. They made a non-released financial donation to the football building fundraising that's going on, a $400 million facility upgrade that they're working on there. I don't know how much the Fullers contributed, but from now on until the end of time, the meeting room for the cornerbacks will be the Fuller room.
That's awesome.
With those 4 siblings there. And if I read correctly, by reading comprehension, if I read correctly, they're the only 4 siblings ever to play at the same school, all to be drafted in the National Football League draft.
I mean, I can believe that. I mean, just a family having 4 siblings drafted, first of all.
Yeah, or 4 that played at the same school.
Yeah,
I mean, that's crazy.
Great players, great family. What's amazing is where Virginia Tech is now. Because you go back to the Frank Beamer days, there would have been multiple times they made the college football playoff.
No doubt. 4 downs question on the fly. Better family, the Virginia Tech Fullers or the Virginia Barbers?
The Barbers had a little more success.
Fullers had 4 of them.
Yeah.
That's a tougher question than you would think.
Tiki was one of the top 5 running backs for a while.
Rondi
won a championship and was one of the best corners.
Super Bowl DB.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, it's time for Trash. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit the big button, Lunsford.
6 witches that are in our church. And you know what's strange? 3 of you are in this room right now. We got your first name. We got your last name. We even got an address for one of you. You so much as cough wrong, and I'll expose you in front of everybody in this tent, you stinking witch.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
I keep going back. He seems to be really, really excited that they have the address of one. I'm more worried about your congregational care that you don't have the address of the other 2.
What if the other one ends up in a hospital? You're not visiting them and sending them flowers?
I mean, how come you've only got the address of one?
I've noticed.
There's actually 6 of them because only 3 are there, but he didn't say he knows 6 of them.
That's a good point. I noticed something different about that dude saying that every time it plays. Yeah. There's something I noticed different.
If you had to peg somebody you know in your life that's a witch, do you think you've got somebody narrowed down? Like just
Not
through the years?
currently. I think over the years, yeah. There's one I'm thinking of over the years. It was a witch.
There's one, yes.
You ever dated one?
I will not answer that question. I was going to say that, I mean, she didn't drink my blood, but there was a girl.
I got that coming up in trash, by the way.
There was a girl that I...
Only Dunaway's dating life would you start a sentence with, she didn't drink my blood.
You had to make
but.
room for her broom, and she had a black cat.
Yeah, I mean, she was a little gothy, and we were,
Yeah, okay.
The person I'm thinking of would be that person.
When it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. And our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs, and you don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or a shorter loan term instead, and save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big, go home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I think I did the old Bill Murray line with her. I think I'll pass. It seems to be pretty crowded in there already. You have a lot going on.
Yeah, Ghostbusters. Okay, I'm just going to do a little bit of this story because this makes no sense. I just came across it. A reputed federal informant and whistleblower who went missing after reportedly turning over a drove of secret files about Deutsche Bank was found dead at an L.A. school earlier this week. Now, the body of Valentine Brooksmith, 46, was found Monday. Records with the L.A. County medical examiners do not list a cause of death. However, authorities do not suspect foul play.
Oh, they don't?
Yeah. 46-year-old in a playground, they turn over a bunch of missing files.
Whistleblower on a massive bank. Yeah, nothing to see here. Keep moving.
Yeah, somebody just cleaned the erasers all over their head.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
I had to bring this one up, too. I mentioned earlier this week Al Pacino was 82 years old.
I saw this.
He was out with his girlfriend at an Italian restaurant in West Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
His girlfriend, Noor Alfala, she's 28 years old. 54-year age gap. They said does not appear to be a problem for the couple.
Oh, certainly not for him.
Now, they said Noor is no stranger to dating older men. She had a romance with Mick Jagger, 78, and even linked to Clint Eastwood, 91.
Really?
Yeah, according to the Insider, it says, quote, she likes to mostly date very rich older men.
Yeah, I think Clint, isn't there a rumor that Clint Eastwood has got like 7 kids by 9 women or something? No, wait a minute. That doesn't even make sense, Ryan. 9 kids by 7 women. I think that's the rumor.
I thought it was a little less. I thought it was like 6 kids by 4 women.
Okay. He's gotten around, Clint has.
Yeah.
He's a little Johnny Appleseed.
He's 91.
Boy, Al Pacino.
He is
a scary-looking dude.
He's not age graceful.
Well, hey, in that article, it said he had to be helped to his car.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she was dating Mick Jagger. I think Pacino's an upgrade. Would you better looking, Mick Jagger or Al Pacino?
I mean, I don't know. I guess in their heyday, probably Pacino.
I mean, Mick Jagger.
I don't think she cares.
Yeah, I don't think she's looking at the looks.
Mick Jagger at this age, when he lays in bed and they're getting ready, she walks in the lingerie. Does he start singing "Start Me Up"?
No, I literally mean it. You got to start me up.
Police in a South Alabama town are searching for a female theft suspect. They said made her get away on a stolen riding lawnmower. Now, this was posted on the Flomaton Police Facebook. Do you know them? Please share. If you have any information on the subject's identity, please notify us. Police in the Escambia town say they do not know the identity of the woman, but they say the items pictured in the small trailer pulled by the lawnmower are also stolen. One appears to be a University of Alabama yard sign. You ought to see the picture, too. It's quite comical. I don't know if you can find it. It was on AL.com.
A University of Alabama yard sign? Does it say 18 national champions on it? Or is it
I think it's just a big script A.
The old script A. I mean, that has stood the test of time, hasn't it? Dunaway developed a way to get it in, get into the midfield logo.
I'm here to tell you that
there it is.
I don't understand.
Look at that script A.
Oh, I like that.
Is she wearing a mask?
Oh, of course she is.
Yeah. And a tank top.
Huh. And sliders.
Yeah.
The 3-stripe
I think
life.
those might be house shoes, like the fuzzy sliders.
3-stripe life.
She's got the 3 stripes. She's about to be in all stripes.
Dunaway, you're hot, man.
Police are forgetting about the first rule of Fight Club.
Yeah.
Don't talk about Fight Club.
You never do.
Organized fight clubs are beginning to break out between groups in public spaces around the Netherlands, risking citizen and business owners becoming victims of fights that break out. These groups are also increasingly seeking a confrontation with riot police. Now, these findings emerge from investigation from local police. That investigation focused on groups, usually football supporters, who agreed to fight each other in remote areas. Organized fights are now also more commonly taking place in residential areas and even entertainment venues, according to the researchers.
Well, that just sounds like UFC. That we're just going to have a fight club and we're going to have them in venues and organized.
I've never watched Fight Club with Brad Pitt. Good movie or not?
I thought it was overrated. I love David Fincher.
That's good. I think it's overrated.
I did last night. I was flipping channels and I came across your favorite movie of all time that you told us last night or yesterday.
Matrix?
No. What was it? The one with the
favorite movie of all time is E.T., but The Fifth Element?
No. I thought you mentioned one with the shaky camera the other day.
Cloverfield. I really like Cloverfield. It's one of my favorite movies.
Oh, boy. That is a shaky camera.
So your favorite film's E.T.?
E.T.
Yeah, E.T.'s good.
Well, that was before your time, too.
1983.
That's when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Okay, like in many countries, sometimes the government sees fit to send out a bit of cash to Japanese households during COVID-19 in an effort to keep the economy moving. Earlier this month, this was the case in the town of Abu. Now, Abu is a town of about 3,300 people. 463 households applied for the payment. 100,000 yen, that's $781 US. However, 462 of those households never received their money because it all went to one resident's bank account.
Mm-hmm. I didn't even notice. My bad.
Now, fortunately, Abu's not such a densely populated area, or it would have been a really costly mistake. According to a town official, staff member made a technical error in the system when processing the applications, causing for $362,000 to go to the same bank account.
Yeah, I would check and see if she knows that person. That'd be my first thing.
Yeah, think inside job.
Officials contacted the home of the recipient, but by the time they got in touch, the person said that all the funds had been transferred to another account in a different financial institution.
Unfortunate error there.
They're trying to figure out, they're consulting with police and lawyers right now to see what the options are and see how they plan with a impending criminal charge.
Have you seen this story out of Chilton County where these 3 school employees have been overpaid for a number of years and now they're demanding the money back?
And what are the employees saying?
What do you do there?
Well, I think the employees are saying, hey, with such small increments, we didn't realize we were being overpaid.
That's right.
And it's obviously your error. And I was reading a story earlier today, I think it was ABC 3340, had interviewed a labor attorney who's saying this is not open and close. I mean, you would look at it and say, oh, obviously they owe the money back, but the law might actually be on the side of the employees.
I would go strict monopoly rules here. Bank draft error, pay you $200. I mean, that's a bank draft error. I keep the money.
I think they need to let it go. It's like the situation we had with a former employer.
Yep.
It wasn't a substantial amount.
No.
We caught it. We told them. But if we wouldn't have,
they'd have never known the difference.
If it had been 3 years later and they came back to me and said they wanted, $50,000, I'd have been like,
yeah, honestly, I don't even know if they really should have taken it back out because it was only like 3 or 4 months.
Yeah,
they shouldn't have. It's
kind of I kind of thought they should have let us keep it, but I appreciate them at least doing it in increments.
You guys tell me what you think about this. Tropicana will release a cereal specifically intended to mix with orange juice instead of milk.
Oh, sounds awful.
Have you ever mixed any other liquid? I've done water before.
With cereal?
Yeah.
That's the way Michael Irvin used to do it when he was a kid, he said.
One time, just to, trying to be guys on a college trip, poured beer into like Cheerios or Golden Flakes
Nick
and tried
Nolte
to eat
did
that.
it in Canary Row.
Yeah. I don't think anybody ate the whole bowl. I think you just did that for the look.
I've never done anything.
This is in honor of National Orange Juice Day, which is coming up May 4th. Now, dubbed the Tropicana Crunch, it is touted as the first ever breakfast cereal created to pair with orange juice. Now, TropicanaCrunch.com will be the only place to get the odd cereal. Starting on May 4th, Juice Company will give away boxes for free while supplies last. Tropicana Crunch is described as a box of honey almond cereal. The website claims it has honey almond clusters. After experimenting with various flavors and textures, Tropicana decided on the granola-based cereal because it can resist the acidity in the OJ better than flakes, which would become soggy more rapidly. The honey almond flavor was chosen to counteract the tartness of the orange juice. They're saying it's really good. I mean, I guess I would try it.
I mean, there are some flavors with orange juice that sounds like it would taste good. But I'd just as soon have my regular cereal and orange juice.
Okay, speaking of witches, Megan Fox is explaining a blood-drinking comment about her Machine Gun Kelly, their proposal. In her engagement announcement on Instagram back in January, the actress caught some fans by surprise when she shared that the romantic milestone included a moment when she, quote, said yes, and we drank each other's blood.
Yeah, I saw Barstool did an interview with Machine Gun just recently, and I forget the guy who does the awkward interviews, very popular with Barstool, slipping my name
with
right
the bolo.
now. Yeah. He goes, so you drank anybody's blood recently? And he told that story. So, yeah, I mean, I can see where that would be weird and romantic.
Well, she says she reads the.
I don't know about the romantic cards.
What are they? The tarot cards? The tarot? Yeah, tarot cards.
I think the last two silent.
Astrology. She's doing metaphysical practices, meditation. Yeah. She does rituals on new moons. She said it's just a few drops of blood.
Okay.
She said he gets
weird then.
He gets into it a little bit more than she does.
I bet.
But yeah,
my wife and I just exchanged rings.
Well, they did that too. Now her engagement ring is a band of thorns that is embedded with sharp spikes, according to this story, which means if she tries to remove it, it will dig into her finger and cause pain. She did confirm they were into consensual BDSM relationship, saying that she only experiences sexual power through pain.
You'll have to tell me what the BD part of SM is. Yeah. For later on, the first thing that popped to my mind was like, congratulations, Machine Gun.
the best part of the story.
Right? Yeah.
BD energy, man.
The best part of the story is where she said that Machine Gun Kelly always says like he wants to cut his chest open and like take my soul when they're like trying to profess their love for each other. And so like, oh, that didn't actually happen though. She's like, well, not exactly like that. He still will take a piece of glass and like cut himself.
My Machine Gun Kelly's an interesting cat. I don't know much about this guy.
Is insane.
Is it a scar that runs down here, or is it makeup? Because in the interview I saw, it was like a little red line that went like he'd had a tracheotomy or
I don't know,
throat surgery.
He's a good-looking fellow, though, isn't he?
He is not, LT.
But his breath's great after drinking blood.
She worked on her thumbs, though. I don't know if she did something with the nails.
She's the one with bad feet, though, right?
Bad thumbs.
She's got the hammerhead
like
thumbs.
A really tiny thumb, but you put those big old fake nails on and it covers it all up.
Yeah, because he asked her about whether or not she had good feet or not. So I thought she was the one that had bad feet, too.
Yeah.
Because one of those old classic chick bracket girls had bad feet, right?
Probably. Hey, that does look like a scar.
It does, right down when he's looking straight at you, right down the old Adam's apple.
Yeah.
That, my friend, is trash, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, everyone wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market, it is a game changer, and Mortgage Right is the perfect lender to help you land your dream home. With their upfront underwriting program, you can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have an underwriter stamp of approval backing you. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Stacy said she had toe thumbs.
Yeah,
that's what it was. That's what I got confused about. Everyone, and I'm not going to ask how all of you know this, but BDSM is bondage and discipline, or bondage and domination SM, depending on who you believe in the chat room over there.
It's domination.
Bondage and domination.
I'm a little surprised that many people in our chat room are aware of this.
And you all have our permission to go to the bathroom now. This hour is brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're back in a moment.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
Carnell Williams, Jason Campbell, Ronnie Brown right now on social media remembering a draft. We'll talk more about draft night coming up in a second. And our Michelson look ahead to Draft Day 2022, brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, make the phone call that I made years ago, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Stop procrastinating. If you wear the eyeglasses, the contacts, you're wasting money each and every year. LASIK surgery changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, a pioneer right here in the state of Alabama, the first to perform LASIK back in 1995. Make the call today, 969-8100. Tell them The Next Round sent you. They will schedule that hassle-free consultation. You can also go online for more information. Go to michelsonlaservision.com.
Coming up at the top of the hour, LT wanted to talk about great coaching quarterback combinations coming up this year in college football, and then some of the greatest of all time. So we'll get to that conversation at the top of the hour. Rockstar, even though he's not here, has given us 4 downs that are off the beaten path. Lunsford will deliver those in the final hour as well. But Brown was just looking back to the 2005 NFL draft, just how big it was for Auburn football back then, coming off that unbeaten season where they didn't get to play for a national championship in that BCS game between USC and Oklahoma, but they were the talk of the draft in that first round.
They were. I mean, you had 4 of the top 10 picks, and a lot of them panned out. You had Alex Smith with the 49ers was the top pick. Then the Dolphins went with Ronnie Brown. Ronnie had a pretty good career with Miami. He was a Pro Bowler. Braylon Edwards, Cleveland Browns after that. Bears went Cedric Benson, and then your Buccaneers went Cadillac. Cadillac had a...
If it wasn't for injuries, it would have...
Yeah, injuries hurt him. Pac-Man to Tennessee.
That's who I thought the Bucs would go with then.
Pac-Man Jones?
Yeah.
If you remember, Pac-Man Jones coming out of West Virginia, though, was considered a massive risk because of behavior, basically, character.
It's amazing how long he stayed in the league based on all of the situations he was involved in.
Troy Williamson out of South Carolina, the receiver to Minnesota. Antrell Roll to the Cardinals. And then Carlos Rogers, who had won the... Oh, gosh, what's the defensive back award?
The Lot?
No, the Thorpe. Yeah, he won the Thorpe. 9th to the Redskins at the time. Also a Pro Bowler. Carlos Rogers had a good career. I would say, and then Jason Campbell a little bit later on went 25th.
I would go Carlos, Ronnie, Jason,
and
Carnell.
Then Carnell. I think that's the path I was going. Carlos Rogers had a pretty good NFL career.
Yeah. And then, tonight you've got Georgia sort of taking over what Auburn has done before, Alabama has done most recently, LSU has done as well, dominating the first round as an SEC school.
Yeah, I mean, Georgia is going to be the story of the night. I already saw on the NFL Network and on ESPN back-to-back Kirby Smart just now. So he's going to, and this is smart. I mean, this is all about recruiting. It's why Nick Saban has done this for years. It's why you'll see Ryan Day do it probably tonight, is those guys are going to be visible at the draft because they're just hammering home the point. If you want to go to the NFL, if you want your name called on this night in the future, you come play for me. My guys are here all the time. So it is very smart of Kirby Smart to do this. He'll be all over it tonight.
A couple of Auburn players, or players that Auburn fans are familiar with. Defensive lineman Marquise Robinson took his name out of the portal. The former 4-star guy is coming back to Auburn. Brian Harsin had hinted to that earlier this week. Very excited about that. And then a basketball player. Do you remember a couple of years ago, Justin Powell?
I do.
How good he was to start off a season with Auburn, who went to Tennessee, played a lot last year for the Volunteers, but only averaged about 3 points a game with Tennessee. He is hitting the portal again. So he's on his way, you would assume if he doesn't go back to Auburn, to his 3rd different school in his college career. Man, those basketball players can move around, can't they?
He's going to have a longer career than Javon Quinterly if he's not careful. I mean, Quinterly's been playing forever. It seems like Justin Powell will too.
All right, a football combination topic that we'll get to when we come back. If I asked you the top 5 all-time best coach-quarterback combination, and when you say that, LT, you're meaning what? When you say best quarterback-coach combination, how they blended together or just guys who had great success?
Yeah, I'm just talking about successful quarterbacks, successful coaches that came together for a season.
All right, so we'll do that as we roll on. The show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap, getting you ready to make that house secure forever.
You need to keep those gutters clean and free-flowing. The answer is Gutter Cap. It's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters to keep out the debris, eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty, 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. GutterCapBirmingham.com for more information, or just call Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll be out there later today around 2:15, 2:30 at Barber Motorsports Park with about a 90-minute, 2-hour specialty show. We ask you to join us on all our video platforms. We'll be setting the stage for the weekend for the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by America's first Federal Credit Union. It's the Barber Motorsports Park, the location today. Running through the weekend, Sunday's big race is the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama. You can still get tickets to some events this weekend. IndyAlabama.com. IndyAlabama.com. It's the fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Helio Castroneves, 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson. Battling it all out, Tim Tebow's in town as the Grand Marshal. IndyAlabama.com for all the details. IndyAlabama.com. Bounce through the headlines here real quick and get your reaction to some of the bigger stories that are out there. Ronald Acuna returning today for the Atlanta Braves. They go 6:20 tonight on Bally's, Cubs and Braves. Cubs won last night. How big is Acuna coming back for Atlanta this early in the season?
I mean, I think it's huge. This is a guy that when he is at his best is an MVP-level player. I mean, I would not be stunned if Acuna is your MVP in the National League one year. So that you're getting back an MVP level player.
Yeah, look, and you're a team that is yet to win a series. You're the defending world champions, and Acuna's a guy at AAA Gwinnett hitting .368, so he's already in form. He's ready to roll.
In baseball, I thought this was pretty impressive. Giancarlo Stanton, one-time Marlin, longtime Yankee now, became the 7th fastest player in Major League Baseball history to get to 350 home runs, the 7th fastest. He did it in 1,341 games. In this order, here are the 6 that are ahead of it.
There's one guy that jumps out to me, by the way. I don't know if it was the same with you.
Babe Ruth was the 6th fastest to do it. Albert Pujols, Harmon Killebrew, A-Rod, Juan Gonzalez is second, and the fastest to do it was Mark McGwire. It was Juan Gonzalez for me.
And Juan Gonzalez was a really good player, but on that list, he just really jumps out.
Yeah, you see, the rest of those guys are, were first ballot, no doubt, Hall of Famers.
Juan Gonzalez, the second fastest to 350 home runs. Did he end up only hitting like 355? I mean, did he have much of a career near the end? These other guys hung around forever and ever and kept pounding the baseball for a long time.
I think Juan ended up with 450-ish home runs. I mean, he still had a really good career.
Yeah, Juan Gonzalez all-time homers, 434.
So look at
he
that.
slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, second fastest to 350.
And here's how. I mean, he in 92 he had 43, in 93 he had 46.
Yeah.
I mean, when you put 2 years like that back to back, you're going to get to 350 in a hurry. But he still had a 47 homer year, a 42 homer year, a 45 homer year in 3 consecutive seasons for Texas. But he kind of slowed down late in his career.
McGwire caught up in the steroid conversation ever, Mark McGwire?
Yeah, I'd say.
I still consider Mark McGwire a great baseball player.
Well, of course he was.
Juan Gonzalez, I don't know enough about him to know if he was. A-Rod always avoids that conversation, it seems like. 3rd fastest to 350 home runs. Harmon Killebrew was I think he was a 60s, 70s guy.
For the Twins, yeah. Very good player.
I think he actually played at Rickwood Field one time when I was a kid. The Twins came through and played a preseason game.
Urban legend, I doubt it's true that he hit a baseball across the Missouri River.
I'm going to say that's untrue.
Might have been the small, the narrow neck.
Yeah, was he standing in the middle of the Missouri? 573 all time for Harmon.
Pujols doesn't see if you Lunsford just Google Harmon Killebrew. Is it? Am I getting him and a guy named Boog Powell confused? That
Boog played for the Orioles
and never had sleeves. Like they would play, their arms were so big.
He looked like a pear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me Boog Powell. Forget Harmon. He's boring. Give me Boog Powell. There's going to be a picture of Boog Powell where he cuts his T-shirts off, and he would play on hot days where you could see his sleeves. You see his arms, his big, broody arms. How about that name, Boog Powell?
Boog Powell. The only other Boog I know is Shambi.
Hey, go to back. Boog's far left right there, signing autographs down low.
Right there
we go.
Yeah. Oh my, Boog.
Dead or alive, Boog Powell?
I'm gonna say dead. Dead as a hammer.
Check that out, bro. Dead as a hammer.
Boog found his way to the buffet line.
Boog Powell's hair right there.
No, if we said, "Hey, Boog is Charlie Weiss's uncle," or even brother, you could see it.
No, if I said Boog Powell if he was.
He dyes his hair, by the way.
If he was, yeah.
Boog's still with us.
Is he really?
80 years old, yeah.
If he was a baseball player or right there, he was currently finishing second in the local bowling league. You go bowling.
Second in the
I
bowling
can see
league.
that.
It looks like, though, from his photos, Boog played at a pretty big way. See right there? Yeah. I think he was a big old boy now.
Yeah. He didn't. He liked to pull that shirt up to show off those muscles, those guns.
Played for your Doyers, LT, 1977. Hey, back to Albert Pujols real quick. Has he got 19 more home runs in him, you think?
I think he does.
Yeah.
That gets him to 700. He'd be only the fourth player in history to hit 700 home runs. I mean, that's
the others being Bonds, Aaron, and Ruth, and A-Rod?
No, A-Rod never made 700. Yeah, he'd be only the fourth.
He'd be the fourth. Okay.
Yeah, A-Rod finished 4 short of 700. It's hard to believe A-Rod couldn't
Shut it down with 4 left.
With 4 left to get to 700.
Yeah.
But he did. Pujols is a 19 away.
Do you guys still think of 755 as the record?
I do.
What is it, 773?
I don't even know.
762.
762?
I only know that because I'm looking at it. That number does not jump off. 755 is still it for me.
But 61 still seems like that number for a single season.
And
with
that
Roger
ended up
Maris.
at 73, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
How about in the show, we've said Boog Powell and Stubby Claps.
Yeah.
Some baseball names out there,
really
right?
is. Fantastic.
Remember a couple of those for NASCAR driver or not next year when we do that.
Boog Clap.
Stubby Claps. NASCAR driver or not.
Well, we do.
Actually, a baseball
We
coach.
do porn star politician at Odie's. Stubby
Works
Clap's pretty good.
Works for that one, too, yeah.
Yeah. You can bring back Boog Powell, too.
Yeah.
All right. That's the baseball headlines when it comes to football. The NFL drafts tonight. We're about to talk a little football. Part of the show today is being brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. We'll be there for the draft later tonight, Highway 31 in Vestavia. We're about to do our Baumhauer Spotlight of the Day.
Hey, Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of buffalo wings back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa right there on the Strip. In fact, he had to give them away for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later, Bob is still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Come join us tonight at the Vestavia location. Enjoy some of the Alabama hot chicken. And he's also got the Inflation Sucks menu, fried Wickles for $6.99, a tailgate burger for $7.99, the barbecue yard bird for $9.99. That seems right there in Brown's wheelhouse.
Yes, sir.
Eat the barbecue yard bird.
Barbecue anything, just about.
That's all from our friends at Baumhauer's.
What?
Some of our great Jeff writes in Rusty Staub. You can see a whole skit with a doctor on Saturday Night Live coming in and saying, yes, sir, you've got the old Stubby Clabs, the old Rusty Knob, the old Duke Johnson.
The old Rusty Staub.
Rusty Knob.
You do not want a Rusty Staub.
You don't want a Rusty Staub or a Stubby Clab.
Nope.
Yep.
You do not.
Yep. You've got the old Mookie Wilson. Just these baseball names, man. You can do them all right there.
You really
do
can.
them all. We'll put a little skit together. We'll entertain Rockstar when he comes back with some of our own skits. We'll do our own acting. We'll do our own Dr. Lou. All right, let's get into this conversation, our spotlight about, you brought this one up, so you start us off. What do you want right here out of us?
Well, I was just thinking if Bryce Young goes on and wins another Heisman Trophy and they win a national championship, I think you can make an argument that the combination of Nick Saban and Bryce Young was the greatest ever quarterback combination.
Greatest ever. That's fascinating. If he does what now? What does he have to do in your mind?
If he was to become only the second to win back-to-back Heisman and to win a national championship.
But I still think he's only played 1 year. And as I look at my top 5, you ask us to do a top 5, I think with the year I think Bryce Young is going to have, he at least jumps to 4th. He and Saban together at least jump to 4th on my all-time list.
Okay, can we start with this year and then go to all-time?
Sure.
This year, my number 1 was Ryan Day and C.J. Stroud. They seem to be, you have an offensive mind and you have playmaker with a lot of weapons and stuff. So Ryan Day, C.J. Stroud's number 1.
Well, mine is Saban Young.
Yeah, I had Saban Young one.
A Heisman Trophy winner and the best coach we've ever seen. It's going to be hard to beat.
I had that one, and I had Stroud and Day. Again, I think Stroud will end up having a better year than Young. It might be the better quarterback, but I had them at number 2.
Yeah. Well, I went just like-minded philosophy in the Bryce and Nick scenario. He is a defensive-minded coach with a quarterback. That's why I went Ryan Day, who calls the plays with C.J. Stroud. That's why I went 1-2 that way.
The difficulty on these types of things is there are times the coach is going to far outweigh the player. I don't think that happens as much with Saban and Young, but Saban's going to outweigh anybody, right? With his accomplishment.
Number 3 on my list, I had Lincoln Riley and Caleb Williams.
We are spot on so far. Yep.
You can't disagree with that right there. And they have the advantage of having a year together at Oklahoma. So it's hard to think they're going to miss a beat.
And it got hard after this.
I actually at 4 went Kirby Smart and Stetson Bennett.
We're tracking right along right now. I had that same thing. Now, that's one of those. That's the first time I got to one where I'm like, okay, the coach is really outweighing the player here.
But I do think Stetson is an underrated quarterback.
I agree, and he's won a national championship, so I've got him there.
I actually went Cam Rising and Kyle Whittingham. Is that way too high for those?
I don't
two?
even have them in my top 10.
But I was talking about just for 1 year.
I'm coming up on that.
Yeah, just for 1 year.
At 5, I had Tyler Van Dyke and Mario Cristobal.
Don't have them in my top 10.
I had them in my top 10, yes.
I went Mike Leach, Will Rogers here.
I didn't really put them in order, but I had them in my top 10.
I went Mike Leach, Will Rogers at number 5, Lance.
Okay, I did have Cam Rising and Willingham at number 6. Then
I think that's a pretty good combination. Another one, again, I don't have them in order, that I think, I was doing this different, just, great quarterback with a like-minded, a good fit at coach. I had Hendon Hooker and Josh Heupel in my top 10
that's
too.
a good combo. Yeah,
I know. I thought about it. I thought about Will Rogers and Mike Leach, but did not have them.
Yeah.
See, the next one, because this guy has been inconsistent, and the coach is so good, though, I had Brian Kelly and Jaden Daniels.
That's who I've got next. Boy, you and I have tracked along pretty well here. Yeah. Now, again, this is where coach outweighs player a lot.
Did you have them on the list?
Did not have that one on the list.
What about this next one? Dave Clawson and Sam Hartman.
I've got them at number 8. Sam Hartman may be the best returning quarterback in the ACC, and we respect the heck out of what Clawson has done there.
I did not think about him. Did you have Lane Kiffin and Jackson Dart on the list?
Did not.
See, I did.
I don't even know if Dart's going to start.
You keep telling me that. I know.
Well, I don't say that.
I know. I'm just saying. You're right. I'm wrong on that one.
At number 9, I did have a former USC quarterback. I've got Narduzzi and Slovis.
Ooh, didn't have them in there.
Yeah, I think Narduzzi's an underrated
it's a good
coach.
One. No,
and I think Slovis, if he can come back to form, he's a really good quarterback. And then I ended mine with. Y'all aren't going to like this, but I had P.J. Fleck and Tanner Morgan.
I don't like that.
I had Quinn Ewers and Steve Sarkisian.
One you guys didn't have is Jamie Chadwell and Grayson McCall.
I looked at it.
Yeah, I had them in there. I had Paul Christ and Graham Mertz. Now, that's more Christ. Christ has been a pretty successful coach. I gave consideration to Max Johnson and Jimbo Fisher. Johnson has been an okay quarterback. Jimbo Fisher's been a good head coach. Didn't have him in there, but I gave consideration.
You think Max is going to win that job?
I gave consideration. That's one reason I didn't put it in there is I can't even guarantee he's going to win.
See, I think Tanner Morgan's better than a lot of these quarterbacks.
Maybe so.
And he's come back for year 6.
Yep.
I know you guys don't really like P.J. Fleck, but
I don't dislike his coaching though, Lance. I mean,
I don't think anybody likes P.J. Fleck just watching him on the sidelines unless you're a Minnesota fan.
When we go to the greatest of all time list, after we tell you about one of our great sponsors here, I'm interested on. Did you even consider, as somebody in our chat room did, Nick Saban and A.J. McCarron because of the success they had?
No,
I did not.
I did not. McCarron does not, for the quarterbacks I consider, McCarron does not come anywhere close.
Yeah,
now,
I'm right
Saban is better than every coach I've got on here.
Right.
But McCarron wasn't close.
So you don't have anybody with Saban?
I do not. Now, Bryce Young, as I said, Bryce Young, with the year I think he'll have, would be no worse than 4th on my list.
I do have somebody with Saban.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Aloha.
Mac Jones. Maybe Greg McElroy.
Is this only 1 year? I went career here. I played career.
I'm playing for career.
Okay. Interesting.
Oh,
All right,
so
here we
Bryce Young could currently be on that list.
Figured it out.
We'll do that coming up in our next segment, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Distilling. We'll do the greatest of all time coming up.
Pick up a bottle today, available at your local package store, including the Beverage Place, Pink Package, ABC stores out there. It's locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka, their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. Vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn. I know what you're laughing at, which not only makes it gluten-free, and I don't believe it, but provides a smooth finish. It doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Pick it up today. It is fabulous. It is Redmont Vodka.
A Tebow car would be easy to sponsor.
I was laughing at Greg saying, if the good Lord ever decides to take me home and your show is still on, I want LT to tell everyone, well, our friend Greg from Pell City is dead as a hammer. Folks, we're going to miss him.
Yep. But I'll still need Jim to keep pushing. Greg Jr. from Pell City will get up on your roof. Yeah.
Oh, dead as a hammer.
And Boog was not, was he?
No, Boog's still with us, man.
Or you think somebody just didn't update the Wikipedia?
I think Wikipedia is pretty good at that. I think we know if Boog Powell died.
Yeah, but who's on that duty? Okay, hey, look, when Boog goes down.
Well, I mean, some Orioles fan, because he was an Oriole legend.
Okay,
Somebody will get on
when
there.
we come back, tell us how Wikipedia works, too. Yeah. We'll do that, and you tell us how Wikipedia works, because not to answer it now, but I have one birthday when I do the morning rounds in the morning, a birthday page that isn't updated with the current age yet when I'm doing it in the mornings or the night before. But if I go to check it on Wikipedia, it is already updated on the birthday for that day. Like it updates, it seems like midnight Eastern time. So explain to me how Wikipedia is so damn good as we roll on right here on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from the next round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or AlfaRomeoUSA of Birmingham.com.
The biggest lawn party returns to Greystone for the Regions Tradition, May 11th through 15th. Join us for the Wednesday Pro-Am with celebrities like Charles Barkley, Nick Saban, Brian Harsin, Kirby Smart, Riley Green, Dale Murphy, and more. And don't miss the return of the White Claw Watering Hole, featuring the Redmont Vodka Lounge, the White Claw Wave Bar, live music, and much more. Let's celebrate 30 years of tradition and $20 million to charity. Purchase your tickets today at regionstradition.com.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here for the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Kopp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
All right, we roll on. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Simpio.
One of the first calls we made here, if not the first call, was to Blake Patterson and the guys at Simpio, because what they're going to do for your office, they will take care of the BS. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. Simpio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call today, 205-635-7467 or online, Simpio.com.
Okay, we'll get back to the Wikipedia question in a second, but let's continue our conversation. If I say the 5 greatest coach-quarterback combinations of all time in college football.
Let's go 5-1 on this one.
Okay, I'm going to pull Nick Saban and Bryce Young, which I had, because I saw somebody. I completely omitted one that I've got to put in there. So okay. Saban and Bryce are gone. They were number 5 for me.
Yeah, but there's still time to change that if you look at career.
So you're going all time. 5-1.
Yep.
Since the beginning of time.
Since the beginning of time. Now mine is there's going to be some recency in mine. Quarterback's a different position now than it has been. But yeah, I really like my top 5 here. If we go 5-1, I think we'll track a little bit together, but I like my top 5. Now I did more of a career, Lance, and I did not do the way you did it where it's coach matching player. I just went success of coach, success of player.
Okay. Number 5, I've got Danny Werfel and Steve Spurrier.
I have them 4 on my list. Excuse me, 3rd on my list.
Yeah, I think we'll all have them in there. I went Matt Leinart and Pete Carroll, number 5.
I've got them at number 4.
I think, unfortunately, for Matt Leinart, real quick, and Werfel's in the same category. I've got Werfel and Spurrier 4. Who did you have at 5?
I didn't say 5. At 3, I've got Spurrier and Werfel. I've got Matt Leinart and Pete Carroll at number 1.
Number 1. Yeah. Wow. I think sometimes
he won 2 national championships and should have been 3.
And he won a Heisman.
Yeah. No, I mean, I had him at number 5. But I think sometimes Leinart's NFL bust makes you forget how good he was in college.
I think he only lost 1 game as a starting quarterback in college.
So
I had him at number 4.
Yeah. My number 4 was Werfel and Spurrier.
Number 3, this is the one I admitted, was Tebow and Urban Meyer. I don't know how I could forget that one.
Yeah, that's number 2 on my list.
Yeah, I don't know how you forgot that one. I got him number 1.
I don't either.
This is where I went Charlie Ward and Bobby Bowden.
What, at number 3?
Yeah. I mean, Bobby Bowden, obviously one of the greatest coaches of all time. Charlie Ward, one of the greatest players we've ever seen.
Yeah,
but he's not the guy who won the national championship.
No, he was.
Right?
Yeah. Charlie Ward won They won 2. Charlie Ward won one of the 2.
Yeah, number 2, I had Tommy Frazier and Tom Osborne.
That's my number 2.
Tommy Frazier and them at number 5.
Yeah, Frazier might be. Some would argue he's the best college quarterback we've ever seen.
So good in that offense.
Yeah.
And I put Dabo and Deshaun Watson on my list. That was a 2-time national champion. Deshaun Watson was damn good in college.
Jim, I didn't even consider it, but
I didn't either.
But you're right. Now Deshaun never won the national championship.
He did, down in Tampa.
Oh, yeah, I guess he did.
Was that Deshaun still?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd already given it.
45-40 loss in the desert, and then backed it up the next year with a pass to win the game.
I gave that one to Trevor Lawrence, but that wasn't until Santa Clara. Yeah.
Trevor only won 1.
Yeah.
Only played for he played for 2. Lost to LSU.
I'm with Tebow Meyer, number one. I only because I think Tim Tebow is the best college football player I've ever seen for a career.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
For a career, best college football player I've ever seen. And then you've got Urban Meyer, who won 3 national championships as a head football coach.
Probably a top 20 coach of all time.
Oh, I'd go higher than that.
Urban Meyer?
Yeah, 3 national championships.
Maybe conversation top 5.
Yeah, would have definitely been top 5 if he would have stayed around.
Doesn't mean I like him at all.
Yeah. No,
likability is 0 for me, but he's maybe the top 5 coach of all time.
I had Bowden and Charlie Ward at number 1.
I'm fine with that. I mean, I had him number 3, and it was hard to put him there.
That's how good he was. Charlie Ward, his game, I would just love to watch him in 2022. How good he would be in these offenses.
He and Michael Vick were guys that a little bit before their time.
But when I was racking my brain, I was like, okay, Miami won so much in the 80s.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
In the early 90s, who can you put in there?
You know who the best one was of all of Miami's run?
You think it was Jimmy Johnson and Testaverde?
Well, I was just going to say I thought best quarterback career in college might have been Ken Dorsey.
Maybe record-wise, but Testaverde had the better season.
Yeah. I was just looking at like a full career start to finish. A guy that had the best career was probably Ken Dorsey, in my opinion. And you could argue with me a lot.
And Dorsey won a championship. Yeah. I don't think Testaverde did because they lost to Penn State.
Yeah.
But if you go 1 year, then Cam Newton gets into the conversation.
No
just
doubt.
how great that year was.
As much as I love Gene Chizik, the person, you're never, ever, ever going to put him in this conversation.
That's right. But I thought about the success Miami had, and I thought, well, God, we've done all of this. Who can I put in for Notre Dame? You got to go back to the 70s to get Montana.
Tony Rice won the last national championship.
Tony Rice was really good.
He was a good player, but he's not in this category. Yeah, with Lou Holtz as the coach.
And at Georgia, you had a lot of really great quarterbacks, but never had any success. Texas.
Vince Young, but it's hard to put Mac Brown in this discussion.
Vince Young, Mac Brown. That's the only one you can consider.
Yeah. But Mac is the thing that hurts you here. Can I put Mac Brown in the same discussion as Urban Meyer, Tom Osborne, Bobby Bowden, Steve Spurrier, Pete Carroll, or Nick Saban?
Jamil Holloway and
Barry Switzer. Yeah, that's a good one. Thought about that one.
Because they were 2-time national champs, I think, right?
I tell you what,
I don't know if Holloway won 2.
I tell you what, the triple option guys just. I know I did it with Tommy Frazier, and that's why he ran. But it's hard to put those in the same category as Matt Leinart, Danny Werfel, Tim Tebow, Charlie Ward, Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud. I mean, whoever you want to put those. It's hard to put those triple option guys in there.
See, recency bias, but Jeff B, as an older viewer or listener, I assume, brings up Bear and Namath. I mean,
that's pretty
for
good,
what Joe Namath was in college and what Bear Bryant is and was in college, that's 2 of the greatest ever to do it. That Joe Namath team, well, I think, won a national championship and barely lost another.
Well, but then you end up with guys like Roger Staubach, who had a tremendous college career at Navy. I cannot tell you who his head coach was.
Right.
Sammy Ball, guys like I can't tell you who his head coach was at TCU, I guess it was. Guys like that you've heard their names forever that were phenomenal college quarterbacks.
But like you said, the college quarterback has changed so
That's
much.
right.
I mean, it's so dependent now. Back when I was a kid originally, it was really about running backs. Running backs were your stars, right? The quarterbacks basically, handed the ball off or ran the ball themselves.
That's right.
They were running backs.
Yeah, I would consider Peyton Manning and Phil Fulmer. I mean, I know people around here hate Fulmer. The guy won a national championship. Manning didn't win a championship, though. He was a great football player, great college football player. I mean, it's kind of hard for their resume to even match up to these guys.
I saw Kellen Moore bounce up, and I thought about him.
Really
if you went
Chris Peterson, Kellen Moore,
Group 5 top combo of all time, it would be
easy.
Kellen Moore and Chris Peterson.
Yeah.
Well,
it's going to be hard to put either one of them in the discussion of these guys, though.
But then at that point, you're well, I guess it wasn't Group of 5 back then, but Andre Ware at Houston, who won a Heisman with, who was the coach then? Was it Pardee? Was the coach?
No.
Yeah, Jack Pardee.
Was it?
I think it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's pretty good little combination there, what Pardee was in the pros.
Again, Jack Pardee's the guy. It's hard for me to put him with Urban Meyer, Tom Osborne, but those guys, right?
Yeah.
Now, Andre Ware, he belongs. That guy had an amazing career.
Always really good to flex that brain muscle in the offseason when it comes to college football. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. Odie's a great place where last night you had a great time.
Yeah, let me throw a trivia question at you guys. We'll see how you do on this.
All right.
So from last night, just give me 2 seconds. Here is one.
Odie's, by the way, great place to get drinks and such. Also, good lunch and dinner, Diablo sandwich. That's a classic.
Great weather, too. Enjoy that outdoor patio. Watch a little NBA action. Ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that incredible staff. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village. What came first, Arby's or Aerosmith?
Oh, it's got to be Arby's. I mean, like, I've seen black and white photos of like the big Arby's hat outside of a restaurant. So I'm 100% Arby's on this one.
Aerosmith started, though, as a band in the 60s, I believe. And I know my grandmother loved Arby's. It had been around for a while. I'm going to say, surprisingly, Aerosmith by 1 year. I'm going to say Aerosmith in 67, Arby's in 68.
Aerosmith 1970, Arby's 1964.
There you go. See? Yeah, I'm real close. 6 years.
I'll give you
I knew
one
Aerosmith
more.
was older than you thought.
We'll give you one more redemption, Dunaway. What came first, Justin Bieber or Lululemon?
I would say Justin Bieber.
I think I'll go Lululemon on this one.
I don't think we had invented those cool looking pants yet.
Justin Bieber, 1994. Lululemon started as a one brick and mortar in Canada in 1998.
Yeah, so Bieber first.
Bieber first.
Both from Canada.
Canadian.
Yeah.
This is the information you get on Wednesday nights at Odie's Team Trivia.
Go check it out there, Odie's. Before we get to the lock of the day, let's get a little smarter with Wikipedia. How do they have everybody's birthday updated on Wikipedia every morning?
Well, I mean, you put in the birthday and it changes. I mean, once
They've
you put
got
the date in.
this algorithm, right?
Yeah.
It just changes.
Yeah.
Everything's algorithms.
I mean,
Jim.
you can change Wikipedia all you want to. As you see, University of Montevallo Wikipedia page now says notable alumni include Jimmy America, who is currently host of the incredibly famous Next Round.
Oh, come on. We need to take that down.
Jim is currently in the Montevallo Sports Hall of Fame and is easily the most famous alum of the university.
Yeah, that's true. 100%.
So, you put whatever you want to on Wikipedia.
Rebecca Luker, the Tony Award winner.
Jim, you always say that. Nobody pays attention to the Tonys.
Decade of the 90s.
Agree with that.
Rusty Greer, decade of the 90s.
No, Rusty Greer, yeah.
Ranger, outfielder, all-star.
You did that during our last break, right?
I did it during the break.
Lunsford scares me a little bit. I'm glad he's on our team.
Yeah, me too.
Because he scares me. You know how to do everything on computer stuff like this. Like, that probably isn't that hard, but I wouldn't have the first clue how to do it.
It's not that hard. Basically, you make an account and you go edit it. Now they have a team of people who, when an edit comes through, it'll go through across their desk and they will fact check stuff. So if I said, Jim stands 8 feet tall and weighs 400 pounds, they're going to be like, okay, that's not true.
Or even 6 feet tall.
Or 6 feet tall.
But no, look at our University of Montevallo still there. They still owe me 2 wishes. I only got one.
Is Christina Aguilera in that bottle?
If it is, I know what wish number 2 is.
I don't know if she can fit in the bottle now.
All right. John will go change that on the University of Montevallo Wikipedia page.
Jim's very uncomfortable with being there, if you can't tell.
I mean, if I was down in the lower part, I'm not a first paragraph kind of guy.
It's the end of the first paragraph. So
I don't like that. I like being down. If there is a notable alumni section, I'll appreciate a one line.
Is there notable alumni? Scroll down. Let's put Jimmy in there if there is.
We should just start one. I just named
There it is. Notable alumni. Who we got?
Slade Blackwell.
That's right. You're more popular than Slade. I don't even know if he's serving now.
Yeah, Slade Blackwell. Yeah,
there's Rebecca Luker. Yeah. All right. We'll give her a John Maloney English
football player.
Wow. How about that?
Yeah. Is Rusty Greer on there? Yeah, there's Rusty.
Yeah, Rusty.
I'll get you in there, Jim.
I think Dunaway, most of those are politicians. Dunaway's more popular probably than everybody, more famous than Rebecca Luker, who I say Dunaway's more famous than.
Yeah.
But I'm not.
Jim. I would agree. Rebecca Luker is much more famous.
I'm not a big play guy, so I don't know.
4 times.
Todd Strange.
Yeah, but Rusty Greer is the only one I'd 100% put Dunaway in front of.
Polly Holiday was Flo on television.
No, I get that.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
But Joe Kittinger?
Yeah.
What book? It doesn't even say the book.
Now we'll say
he
this.
wrote a book. I can't write a book, but John Maloney.
But if it was where the sidewalk ends, I get it.
He plays soccer. John Maloney.
Now I'll say this Hannah Goodwin girl that was on The Bachelor and Bachelor in Paradise. They're probably a group of people that know a lot about her. I don't personally.
Yeah. If John Maloney's on there, you can put me on there. I'll take
y'all
that.
had a lot of politicians, man.
Yeah. Political science. It was the easiest class on campus.
It's all local people, though. Once you get a president, then we'll talk.
Yeah, that's true. He's right about that.
Well, hold on. Slade Blackwell's on his way, my friend.
He's pushing.
Nobody.
What did he like? PGA and Sunkissed?
Yeah. That was the.
Let's just wrecked it for him.
That was.
That's better than Jennifer Flowers for Bill Clinton, right?
I mean, he's the one that let me. I think it was a black BMW. He let me hang out the top of that thing. And
that
then,
was quite the sight. And they were playing Rat round and round.
And then he hit the brakes. Oh, wow. Fantastic times. Don't try that at home, kids.
Times.
All right, we're back in a moment with our 4 downs today. Rockstar has sent them. Lunsford will read them. Couple of more segments to go. Lock of the day every day. Will LT go basketball tonight? Will he go baseball tonight? It's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Hemp Hill Services always there to keep things running and flowing correctly. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill Services. Call them up now, 205-229-2090. 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. You got one?
Yeah, I got one. So Game 6, Suns, Pelicans, TNT, 6:30 tonight. Suns pretty dominant in Game 5. 2 major injuries. Devin Booker, possibility he comes back, probably not. And at the end of the game, Brandon Ingram, who's been so good for the Pelicans, had a finger injury. He said he will play tonight. I like the Pelicans. I think Ingram plays well. C.J. McCollum plays well. I like the Pelicans beating Suns without Devin Booker, taking this thing to a Game 7. Pelicans plus 2.5. Your Hemp Hill lock in the night.
And then Booker comes back for Game 7 and the Suns win the series.
Probably so.
I read the script. We're back in a moment with our 4 downs. Stay with us.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
All right, back with you on the next round as we roll on. Part of our show today being brought to you by Vulcan Tire. 4 great locations. They bring you 4 downs. Whether you need new tires, bumper-to-bumper service, and a lot more. And today it's not sports. It's sent in by Rockstar, who's not here. It's non-sports related stuff. No matter what's wrong with your car or truck, Vulcan Tire can hook you up.
Yeah, locally owned and operated again, as Dunaway said, 4 great locations for you and your family. For more information, you can always go online. Go to VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Sorry, that's not the phone off.
First down.
All right, so these are Rockstar's questions, so if they're weird, don't blame me. What were some of the dumbest rules your high school had?
Oh, where do I start? We couldn't.
How about one that you could do, okay? This blows people's mind when I still tell them this. You could smoke if you paid some kind of fee and you had your signature of your parents back in the day in high school. So students, this is how old I am, students could leave and go to a smoking pole or smoking rock at my school and smoke legally. That was a rule.
No, my freshman year, they had the by the flagpole you could smoke. It was that was the last year they did it. So yeah, I agree that was a ridiculous rule. We couldn't wear shorts forever.
You couldn't wear shorts at all?
Like gym shorts and stuff.
Yeah, I mean there was a length after the first couple of years.
Yeah.
But for 2 years couldn't wear shorts at all.
Well, that's stupid.
Couldn't chew gum.
We had that one.
We couldn't chew gum. We couldn't wear shorts ever.
Couldn't buy out of the vending machine a soda until afternoon.
Same way with us.
It's like blue laws, right?
Yeah,
until after lunch.
And couldn't cuss. And I understand, like, but I'm just saying, like, if somebody said shit, you would get suspended. Like, it just under breath in conversation. If a teacher walked by, you would get yanked straight to the office and you would get suspended.
And now the F word is every other word. We had a no PDA policy. You could not even walk down the hallway
make out.
holding hands or anything, arm around your girl without somebody saying something to you.
Well, I bet that was tough at Thompson, wasn't it?
It was. Those good-looking girls. You kidding me?
Mine dumbest one, I didn't realize you guys went to school in an era where you couldn't wear shorts, which is insane. Yeah. Because my early schooling at Sachs Elementary, we didn't even have an air conditioner. I know I sound like an old man, but I remember when they installed...
I don't think we did either.
I remember when they installed the air conditioners, but you know how hot it is in a schoolhouse?
Yeah. We had those windows that opened like this.
Yeah. It would
fold it out.
It'd fold out.
Fold it out like this.
So, but we could wear shorts, but they had to be 3 inches above. They could be no more than 3 inches above the middle of the kneecap. And the way they would measure that is you would get down on your knees and they'd put the ruler on the ground. And if it was more than 3 inches, you could be sent home for a dress code violation. How stupid is that? 3 inches from the middle of the kneecap. What were they? Were they afraid I was going to show my thigh? You think I got a sexy thigh? Dunaway?
I don't think you have a sexy
Don't
thigh.
tempt the girls.
Yeah, I mean, that's what made no sense. We couldn't wear shorts, but, their dresses. Come on.
No. It was the same for the girls, too. They were 3 inches above the middle of the knee. And, I mean, come on, man. We were teenage boys. Let's don't do that to the teenage boys. Show them a little leg, Lunsford.
Don't tempt me.
I've got Second down.
I got a scar right here from sundresses in high school, 9th grade shop class. With a saw.
Some girl walked in
I thought it was a handcuff.
That's on my right hand.
All right, what are some of your favorite one-hit wonder songs?
I've got a few of these.
Yeah.
How about Fly to the Angels, Slaughter?
Good one.
They've only got one hit?
One I'm aware of.
Yeah, one I'm aware of.
I got to pull up my Spotify.
Now, I know Danzig had a career, but Mother from Danzig. The Fixes, One Thing Leads to Another.
They only had one hit?
Yeah, pretty sure. And then Red Rider, Lunatic Fringe. Now, I know the lead singer of Red Rider was Tommy Cochran, who went on and did Life as a Highway, but those are all one-hit wonders.
The Rockstar did a one-hit wonder Friday in the lounge with Aha's Take On Me. That's a good song.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe they didn't do anything else. Random off the wall one Rockstar used to use for a trash open is 99 Luft Balloons by Nina.
Yep.
I don't know why I like that song, but I've always liked that song.
It was really good. And, and was it Boogie Nights?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was.
Nothing compares to You as a Prince written song for Sinead O'Connor. It was a phenomenal song. Now, I happen to like the way Chris Cornell did it.
But Sinead O'Connor still had a couple of other songs.
I saw her listed as a one-hit wonder. I could not think of another one she had.
Eagle Eye Cherry's a one-hit wonder, right?
Yeah.
Save Tonight.
Save Tonight.
That's my favorite. Yeah. They made my top 100.
I thought Come On Eileen was yours.
No, that's my least favorite song of all time.
Dexy's Midnight Runners. You don't like them, Jim?
I do not. I'm trying to look, see if I've got that top 100 list, which you just heard briefly there.
Hey, the dude in the overalls on that cover, remember somebody told us he's still alive?
What, Dexy's Midnight Runners?
Yeah. Who goes down first, that dude or Boog Powell?
David Walls.
I'll go steak either way at one Dunaway.
Our director of sales, David Walls, texted and said not only is Boog Powell still alive, but up until recently, David said he was aware he had a barbecue restaurant at Camden Yards.
That's really? Oh, yeah, he does.
Powell's.
I do remember that
That's
now.
right. Boog
Can't
Powell's.
you tell?
Yeah, but you can have a restaurant and be dead.
Yeah, but I think he was active in it.
Yeah, because somebody asked me about Shula's the other day, and Don hadn't been with us in a while, but I think Shula's kind of shut down, didn't they?
Oh, did the whole chain shut down?
I would think.
Third down.
What was the worst part about puberty for you?
Okay, I don't know if you know this, but I've got big lips, and my lips were here before my body grew into them. And so I literally look like Mick Jagger. You know, Mick Jagger's probably, 150 pounds?
Yeah.
And so when you have big lips with braces and your body's developing, you know, people tend to take notice of that.
I'm afraid of heights and like to sleep on my stomach, so it became impossible.
That's the worst. I mean,
It's a joke.
You've made some bad ones.
I didn't like the awkwardness. Once we all started realizing there were boys and girls.
You just kept rolling with it, didn't you?
Boys and girls, it became very awkward.
Jim's never pulled out, so to speak.
Wow.
My voice.
It cracked?
It did. I got deep and then cracked. I don't know. It was weird. I had this weird transformation where it got deep quickly, but then it cracked.
When you called the Brown household on the old hard line, would it crack to the parents?
I wish.
I'll be home in a little bit.
I wish I could find the tape from my first ever radio and find a way to play it on the show here.
I'd love to hear the Jaguars game.
I don't have that one, but I've got the first time I was ever on radio, and it sounded like my goods had never dropped. I wish y'all could hear it.
Fourth down.
Sorry.
No, we're quick.
Fourth down.
This is an interesting one. You find out that someone on this show has an OnlyFans account. Besides your significant other, who do you share this information with?
Oh, everybody. It would be a segment on the show.
No, it would be Forrester when we go to break. Pop up their account.
Yes. I mean, I'd want to know.
What would our OnlyFans be though? Like in this, I thought this was like a nude behind the scenes kind of thing.
That's the
OnlyFans can be technically anything.
That's
So
right.
it doesn't have to be naked people?
No.
Yeah. I mean, we've done the story where it was the woman that was the gigantess, remember? She just wanted people to think she was bigger than them.
Okay, but here's my confusion. People are bitching because Netflix is like $16 a month now, right? Isn't OnlyFans like $30 based on the story
OnlyFans is
yesterday?
whatever you want to charge for.
Yeah,
if I
it's
want
like-
to charge
it's like an
$1 or
NFT.
if I want to charge $50.
So
okay.
LT could start an OnlyFans account and charge $5 a Sunday to watch him watch all the NFL games, $5
Yeah.
a head.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Why don't you do it, Lance?
Because I bet nobody'd watch.
You get $5 if they do.
10 people did. There's $50.
Hey, that Rams loss is going to be a lot easier to
true.
swallow if 100 people are watching.
All right, that's our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, again, locally owned and operated. Stop by one of the 4 locations. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And Forrester will change the graphic right now to our Bud Light Next, folks. Brewed for what's next. 0 carbs, 80 calories, Bud Light Next. We're back with a final segment after this.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
We all see what's going on with supply chain problems. Grocery store, gas station, hardware store, the one-time supply chains are not a problem when products are made in the United States. That's where Red Wing Shoes has an advantage. Red Wing Shoes has been making footwear in the USA for more than 100 years. That American quality doesn't come alone. It comes with excellent customer service. Using a 3D scan, the Red Wing team will measure your feet to ensure a great fit. You've always wanted to try the best, and you deserve the best. Visit your local Red Wing Shoe store in Trussville and Pelham.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
The biggest lawn party returns to Greystone for the Regions Tradition, May 11th through 15th. Join us for the Wednesday Pro-Am with celebrities like Charles Barkley, Nick Saban, Brian Harsin, Kirby Smart, Riley Green, Dale Murphy, and more. And don't miss the return of the White Claw Watering Hole, featuring the Redmont Vodka Lounge, the White Claw Wave Bar, live music, and much more. Let's celebrate 30 years of tradition and $20 million to charity. Purchase your tickets today at regionstradition.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Final thought on the draft in a second, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right, but one developing story has the New York Giants saying they will not exercise the option year on quarterback Daniel Jones. They will not exercise his fifth-year option, something that the Cardinals did for Kyler Murray yesterday, so they'll owe him next year $29 million, but they are not going to take the option on Daniel Jones and pay him $22 million next season.
I don't blame them. You know, what do you do if you're the Giants, though? Do you go out and possibly get a Jimmy Garoppolo? Do you get a Baker Mayfield? You've got some draft equity that you could throw that way.
Or wait and draft next year?
Or wait and draft next year.
I mean, Daniel Jones has not earned that extra year.
No. Look,
I mean, I think Daniel Jones will probably tell you that.
He's decent. Kyler Murray earned that fifth-year option. I don't know if Kyler Murray's a guy that's ever going to win a championship, but Kyler Murray's still an electrifying quarterback.
But they don't, with these 5th and 7th pick in the draft, they don't waste one of those on one of these quarterbacks.
Well, I would hope not. I would hope, like Lance said, you trade for Garoppolo or whatever with some of that draft capital you have, or you wait till next year.
Let's say they're in love with Malik Willis. You could trade back, though.
Yeah, get some picks for later. Yeah.
But that's interesting. That comes out today, the day of the draft.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I think
Diana Rossini reporting that.
Yeah, one reason it may is, they have all these, it's mandatory in the league that your front office and I think your head coach have to have a pre-draft press conference. It's mandatory. So frequently they use these things to throw out stuff to try to muddy the waters, right? Like, well, we're thinking this, we're thinking that, to try to muddy the waters. You wonder if, this is probably true, but you wonder if there's a whole reason they threw it out even.
Mortgage Right bringing us that thought on the NFL draft with Daniel Jones not getting his 5th-year option taken up. Boy, can't imagine going to work saying, all right, one more year. They don't love me enough to pick up my 5th-year option. Let's go get him, guys.
That's when you play with the chip on your shoulder. Yeah. Hey, and I'm going to prove and I'm going to go somewhere else.
That's right, and I'll beat you in my next team.
Hey, everyone hates a holdup, especially when it comes to buying a new home in such a tight market, but Mortgage Right can help you get ahead of the traffic by getting you exclusive underwriting pre-approval. Unlike other lenders, Mortgage Right doesn't just let your documents collect dust. They actually review them because they know the value of delivering a fast and easy pre-approval. Getting pre-approved puts you ahead of the rest when it comes to buying your dream home because it signals to the buyer that you're serious about the purchase and the funds you'll have to back it up. Get the green light to buy when you visit mortgageright.com/TNR today, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
So if they don't pick up the 5th-year option now, can they do it during the year? They have to make that decision right now?
I don't know exactly how it works in the league, but, this means he'll be a free agent
at the end of this year.
So you just basically have to sign him a free agent.
But if I get off to an 8-0 start, they can't come back and say, "Oh yeah, we want that 5th-year option now."
I don't think that's the way it works. Yeah, I do think there's a deadline before the season they have to do it.
Yeah, so it's interesting. 7:00 tonight, and we'll be at Baumhauer's on Highway 31 in Vestavia. Come there, have a post-work pre-draft drink with us at 5:30. Enjoy some great dinner and food with Baumhauer's, and then watch the first few picks of the draft with us. All that's happening tonight on Highway 31 in Vestavia. And we're about to pack up and head out to Barber Motorsports Park and get ready for the Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, thanks to our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union. Brown will be plugging wires up and setting out there tonight. Brown will not be with us for the draft, but he will be with us on the 2:30 show.
Yeah, 2:15-ish, 2:30. Just keep an eye. You'll get your alerts, and we'll ask you for some Ask Us Anything. We'll do an AUA. Is that what they call them? There's normally AMA, but there's us now, so it's AUA. Ask Us Anything.
I got to be honest. I think you guys probably agree with this. As much as I like doing this show, those are my favorite.
Yeah, the Ask Us Anything takes us down paths we have no idea we're going down.
Wade says Saved by Zero was another hit from the Fix, so not a one-hit wonder.
Damn it, Wade's right.
Yep. Jeff says, I swallowed so much gum in high school to avoid the demerit because of that rule.
Such a stupid rule.
I swallowed gum too. I don't think it kills you.
There was that urban legend, it takes 7 years to digest or something like that.
Yeah.
Sticks to your ribs.
It doesn't really stick to your ribs. It usually comes out.
You got a lot more problems with gums getting out to stick to your ribs.
Yeah, you need probably go see a physician at that point.
And Jay says, hey, I got an autograph from Boog Powell at his barbecue stand in Camden. So he actually does work at the barbecue stand.
David was right.
Which shows you the difference in pay, by the way, from baseball players in the 60s and baseball players now.
Work in the pit.
If he's back there. Yeah, I'll sign that autograph, man. Hold on, let me turn over this pork roast. Is it a pork roast?
You can do that.
Close enough, Jim. It's a butt, Jim. It's a butt. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. live on all of our platforms. Until this afternoon, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway,